Good morning, my friends. DRBMiller here. How's everyone today? Did you enjoy your Easter holiday? Did you have a nice weekend? Did you enjoy the beautiful weather? In the UK, we had, I could say, just proper Easter summer. 25 degrees during the last couple of days is absolutely astonishing and unheard of. I do remember some hot Easters, but it was nothing like this. And I was very happy to have been in my local nature reserve on almost every single day of the weekend. Walked around quite a lot, enjoyed the nature, and had a lot of fresh air. You know, always good to have a lot of exercise. And in addition to that, we had some really good streams as well early in the day. In fact, the streams were somewhat shorter than usual because obviously it was our Easter weekend. But a lot of community activity. I was very pleased to see that many of our veterans came in, said hello, and obviously wished everyone a very, very happy Easter. We had some interesting firefights and indeed played some strikes and daily and weekly story missions. Completed the Nightfall several times this week, a couple of times for the weekend as well. And literally to start the whole weekend, I had a truly wonderful Friday. Friday was probably one of the best days I've ever had since I started streaming. And the experience of my community and all activities we completed was simply second to none. You may ask why. Well, first of all, last week I attended Twitch Developer Tour 2019, which was a conference run and attended by many of us at the European headquarters of Twitch in London on Oxford Street. And there was a panel of experts in there representing the company. Some were executives, the others were the team leaders. And we talked a lot about what is to happen next on Twitch. And just bear with me. We also considered what appears to be the most important thing for everyone involved at the moment. And that indeed turned out to be, well, first of all, the means to which we connect with others and the way we interact. So connectivity and interactivity are the top priorities for the company. We talked about lots of different ways to which we can indeed enhance our ways of connecting to others, worldwide of course, through gaming and all other kinds of activities. As you know, Twitch is branching out to non-gaming activities. We've had Twitch Sings introduced this week on Monday as a kind of a new app given to the users after the first ever TwitchCon Europe. And it has been obviously very, very popular so far. And there will be other additional tools, apps, and ideas given to us by Twitch, inclusive of many in-game tools that the users are going to be able to apply. So we talked a lot about the ways we bond with our community members. So I was so pleased to see that on Thursday and Friday I had, firstly on Thursday I had a very, very good community-based activity day, and on Friday probably the best ever. And the way it evolved was a bit strange because early in the day there were hardly any people coming in. And I thought, well, obviously it's a Good Friday, therefore people are up and about with their families, friends, and they're not really doing any gaming, they're not really watching Twitch. And I was proven wrong because there were a few people coming in saying, well, I've got my phone on me and I'm travelling to my family and I'm watching your broadcast. Others said, well, we are going to be jumping in, but at least for half hour for a bit to see what's going on out there in the Destiny world. And then we also had several people coming in after about 2 o'clock PM BST who were our veterans and who are obviously joining in and participating. We had a new member called Brenton coming in and asking to help him with his sword quest. And he was after one of the best weapons in the game, and his quest was tenfold, very, very difficult, a very long grind, and he did need several teams to be doing together with him in order to complete. And the quest included some strikes, some story missions, some patrolling activities, and also it did require at least one raid. So by that time, as we were doing some of his activities, lots of other Destiny veterans came in because they've heard that we were sort of whispering about raids, and then we decided on the spot to do at least one of them, which in fact turned out to be not just one but 3 different ones. So we raided for 6 hours, which in fact was completely unplanned and it just developed, from all of those activities taking place on the channel. So my broadcast, which usually is delivered within 6 hours, was extended to about 12, and we started at around 10 o'clock in the morning and indeed ended around I think it was 10:30 in the evening. But the activity was thoroughly enjoyable. We really had some of our best online gaming experience ever, and I've taken quite a lot of video clips and screenshots of the activity. The best one of which was to indicating that our team was doing some team building first. We were at the Iron Temple and we jumped in the fire, and we really sort of chatted there for a while. We're obviously going to be manning up and making sure that we were strong and powerful enough as a team to crack on against the enemies in those very, very difficult raids. And they were obviously offered on 390 difficulty level, which indeed was the hardest one available in Destiny 1. So plenty of great action, later on, obviously with all of us involved. And the other was our selfie, and everyone posed for that selfie, and it's just absolutely brilliant. It's just like a selfie you would get after you had, a football team winning a European Championship or World Cup or something, and it just seemed like a really, really good unit of gamers together. Very happy with the activity, with all achieved, particularly so as some of us got the very best kit at the end. Our Finnish community member Sakapupu acquired the Kreuter rocket launcher, and he has been with Destiny for more than 5 years, and he never ever had it before. So it felt like a truly remarkable achievement, and we battled it out. We did it for a while, and indeed there were 3 raids on the trot, which indeed I guess would have provided us with better quality kit and loot. So really everyone was very, very happy at the end. Also myself, I was very delighted because we talked on Wednesday at the European headquarters of Twitch about all these methods, about all the ways to which we can engage with our existing and future community members. And we were, racking our brains thinking, well, what is going to be drawing attention to a particular channel? What will be more interesting? What will provide greater exposure? What will draw people to talk? And, all the other questions were also rising. And we mapped out a different strategy and different ideas. But I really stuck to my guns because, a lot of the services today in the industry are going down the route of automation, and you can get some bots answering questions, you can have some messages being thrown in. I'm quite against that. I really think that what I like the best in broadcasting on television, radio, and all the other media is always delivered with a personalized touch. So when I'm watching a particular program, or I want to be following a well-known film critic, or I'm relying on the advice of a well-known radio DJ and broadcaster, I'm always going for that similarity with either my personality or my preferences or my tastes. Because obviously if somebody appears to be the way I want him to be, and somebody who is on the same frequency with myself, providing me with recommendations that are quite similar to what I personally would have chosen, and offering me also some other opportunities of acts or artists that I've not heard of, but perhaps of similar orientation, then I'm indeed very much in tune with this and interested, and I'll come back and I'll watch it again, and I become a dedicated follower. And what better way of describing this, but many people, well, many generations of music fans in Britain were listening to John Peel. And for all of you who are non-UK kind of based, our viewers from worldwide, I just want to put in perspective, John Peel was a legendary radio DJ. He worked on BBC Radio 1, and for a great number of years, I think it's probably roughly 20 years, if not more, he had his regular John Peel Presents show between 10 o'clock and midnight on 5 days of the week. So, together with anyone who was reading the New Musical Express, at that time the most influential music newspaper on the planet, John Peel's radio programs, their 2-hour slots, were your best possible introduction on what was happening in the music industry, and also what was out there to be discovered, because he had this very, very fine-tuned ear for the new unknown independent acts. And in those days, as you know, there was a battle between the major labels and independent ones, and it was a new thing altogether in that industry. So we had the privilege of being able to listen to his programs every single day, and some acts were being played repetitively, and the others were introduced as a one-off. But he always listened to the demos which were sent to him, and he always introduced these acts, talked about whatever was written to him. Usually, the bands would write, these are the band members, and we are based in this town, and we do such and such, we are on a tour, we're doing some gigs. He always read everything out. So really a very good introduction, because I remember I discovered some acts that were not written about anywhere else. I mean, the NME was describing lots of new acts, but there was a limited amount of space, and indeed they were always focusing on the acts that they considered to be the very best, and who was going to be exploring those three acts playing a dingy old showroom elsewhere, somewhere perhaps not in the capital but in some small town, but actually a dingy old room that was presenting some incredible acts, and really the artists that required some degree of recognition. So lots of people for many years who were affiliated with the industry, people who were music fans, the gig goers, everyone would be listening to that show. And he had this personal touch. He talked in a way which was a bit sort of deadpan, unusual compared to some of the other presenters. And his personal style, his personal preference and taste, as well as, most importantly, his support and passion for those new acts, for the people who were starting out, who were right at the beginning but producing amazing music, was second to none. And he remained truly one of those legendary personalities in our music industry, and will remain to be so literally forever. So that is the picture of what somebody does whilst in broadcasting in order to draw attention and to build community and audiences. It is the best possible way. By doing on Twitch, we're doing something very similar, although unlike with John Peel, we have also the benefit of webcam. We can be integrating our own behavior and our comments and appearances together with gameplay or any other activity. So that is somewhat different, and indeed perhaps a bit more advanced. But I really thought, and really stuck to my guns, that in order to attract your members, in order to provide the best possible activity for your community, you've got to retain that degree of personalized involvement, because I appreciate that for the big streamers, they will have lots of messages coming in that cannot actually answer every single one. But I think automated bots and various other tools that are answering and providing different kinds of things are sometimes of assistance, sometimes they can enhance some activities, but at the end of the day, it is all about the personality and the content of the personality of the broadcaster and the quality of content that is present on the channel, because that is what people will obviously resort to if they require further advice, if they want to be learning more. As far as the gaming is concerned, there will be obviously channels focused on a particular game. The community will be built and centered around that kind of gaming activity. And so for me, that is the way forward, and that indeed has been a very enriching, very encouraging, very delightful type of experience for myself since I started the channel. I started as an experiment. As you know, I'm affiliated with music and film industries, as well as obviously video gaming, and I worked in different industries over the years and have a lot of experience in all of those, literally from hands-on to learning everything about them and being an active participant and contributor. So the experience is basically being built over many years, and this has been done not just online, but the vast majority was in real life out there and doing different things, and getting to know the ropes and building certain structures and businesses and involvements with many communities. So I have a very good picture on what people are like when it comes to their personal preferences and basically what they would like to see, hear and engage with. And certainly so far it's been a tremendous experience with my community here, because the vast majority are indeed the Destiny 1 veterans and people who are also truly passionate about video gaming and video game industry overall. So there's been no difficulty in raising profile or having a high quality content here. I mean, what better experience could we have but the one on Friday? We had 5 Destiny veterans joining me for those raids. We had probably about 20 watching and providing us with very valuable comments and advice, and we had lots of other people watching all the activity on other platforms. So I think altogether we were talking, I looked at the stats, around I think 450 contributors, people who were sort of doing something with chat and bits and pieces in terms of the communication, and about 680 overall who were coming in and going and watching the entire broadcast. So it was very, very successful and indeed very interactive, and this is the way we want to keep it here. So coming back to this, it's all about communication, it's all about interactivity, it's the way we connect and bond with other people in the world, and indeed remember, it is all about talking, it's all about being polite and attentive, it's all about sharing your passions and your interests with all the other guys, either who are the viewers or the broadcasters at any given time, and connecting with them over a period of time in order to build your own community. The future of broadcasting will be uncertain because Twitch and the means to which we connect is changing the history of the broadcasting as we know it. It's very likely that in the near future we will have Twitch systems integrated with the mainstream broadcasting, because they are drawing a lot of attention. They are basically taking away the viewers from the conventional methods of watching the news and connecting with television programs and live coverages. And I'm very, very excited to see what direction this will take. Twitch and live broadcasting on the internet is unregulated, and obviously you can have moderators, have certain house rules, but they do not have the regulator like the big companies and the big national broadcasters, which means they are freer, they're a lot more open to any kind of opinion and view. They have a variety of content, and in fact I was quite interested to see that yesterday Dr. Disrespect, one of the biggest streamers on the planet, was reflecting on what we discussed on Wednesday, and I really wonder whether he was also looking at what Twitch was publishing. There was like a resume of all the activities, the aftermath of TwitchCon Europe and the Twitch Developer Tour, and he said, well, almost but his same words as ourselves on Wednesday, the quantity of new broadcasters and the variety of content on Twitch and the way it's rising is just mind-boggling. It is extraordinary. Every month you look at it, it is bigger, it is greater, it is more interesting, and it's providing you with something different and new. And these are all the novelties that none of us expected. And you could say, well, everyone faces huge competition out there, etc. Well, maybe, but at the same time, think about it. 150 years ago, many people were literate. People didn't know how to read or write, and the one who was in possession of that ability was way above everyone else. That defined social classes, that defined what people could do in the entire lifetime. And I think introducing Twitch and this form of broadcasting is somewhat similar, because you are having a new kind of literacy introduced. And when you watch those channels, you can see some people are doing it professionally and really to the level which is seriously threatening to the existing broadcasters on national networks. And then you have people who are doing lots of silly things. So what's important is you've got the means through which you can be talking to the world, and they will cost you very, very little. You'll have to have some equipment, but in fact Twitch also wants to make that as cheap as possible. We talked on Wednesday about the use of mobile phones, and that some of the most interesting and perhaps also very innovative channels viewed during the last 2 months were those who were doing not games live, but they were doing their live streams as they were traveling, or providing different kinds of activities such as cooking, or doing shopping, or meeting friends, or doing certain kinds of discussion groups. The discussion groups also are on the rise, and remember, we watched IGN and Game Informer and Xbox and all the other companies providing us with their panels, but I did come across some very interesting panels which were run independently through obviously Twitch channels, where you'd have some community members joining and then discussing certain topics, and really their discussions were, I'd say, even more interesting than those you get on the mainstream broadcasting, because first of all they were unbiased, they were completely independent, they spoke their mind out, and they were very professional. I didn't see anything either defamatory or kind of non-family friendly, appearing on through the discussions, and it was just like really proper, engaging type of panel that will draw attention and indeed build its own community. So these are the ways. These are the ways forward. And just think about it. We are facing certain threats on the global scale, such as global warming, the problem with various economies worldwide. We have many issues which are concerning different social groups in every single country. And these are the issues that indeed can be discussed live on Twitch without any difficulty. You can be walking the streets and observing certain problems and then indeed presenting them live by the use of your phone. You have to work out how your internet provider is going to be, giving you the allowance and everything. But the actual number of possibilities is infinite. And considering how things were in certain areas, like for instance, I'll put it into perspective. Think about, for instance, French New Wave. French New Wave, the movement that revolutionized cinema. Think about all the other offshoots or the subgroups that were in Hollywood. You had the new generation of the late 60s with Coppola, Spielberg and Scorsese and all the other guys coming in, both the directors and the screenwriters. This was the first generation of young Americans who finished film schools in the US, because previously Hollywood was all hands-on. And just think about it. If they had the means through which they could connect to the world at the time, like what we have today, well, it's hard to predict how everything would have developed. In fact, it is hypothetical, because every era will have something which is equally encouraging, and the fact that people couldn't access the material made them more curious, and therefore they kind of read about those directors and those movements, and perhaps therefore there were greater audiences streaming to the picture palaces. Hard to tell, but what I'm trying to say is this gives you a major opportunity, and how you're going to be using it is all down to you. Remember that. You've got this beautiful, brilliant, new opportunity to talk to the world, to present your ideas, and if you are a gifted person, if you are creative, if you're good, on words, this is obviously something which is given to you on a plate. You don't need anything else but your mobile phone, console, your PC, or depending on how you want to do it. You just talk, build a community, draw attention, talk, publish on Twitch, and make sure you have at least 6 other social networking forums fully affiliated. So with Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. These are the most conventional ones, but you may have Periscope, you may have other forums which are catering for a particular kind of interest, depending obviously on what your presentations are about. And just build a community and make sure that the content you're providing on every one of the social networking forums is different. You indeed can have links to your broadcasts on every one of those, but the content has to be different in order to draw attention from different types of audiences, and obviously from people who are using that particular forum, because cross-platform on social networking is very unpopular. Very few people will use Facebook and Instagram and Twitter at the same time. The subscribers you have on Twitter will rarely match those on Instagram, because they're using the forum for a different purpose, and therefore your content has to be tied or tailored to that particular purpose. And just remember that. Right, so that's a bit of a reflection on my weekend, which has been truly wonderful. My Easter has been very enjoyable, and I have to say, a bit like this channel, this was my first Easter ever actually throughout, and also with the video gaming industry being here on my channel. And that's been really quite an interesting experiment. I have to say, I really thought, oh no, I don't want to be doing any broadcasting on the weekend. I really want to have it free. I want to have a few days off. I want to be enjoying that nice weather. The thing is, if you're running your channel on the kind of planned, structured basis, once you have a day off, it just was like, oh, I need to do my broadcasting. Well, it's 10 o'clock, what am I doing? It's really funny, and I never thought it was going to be like this, but actually this sort of bug caught up with me, and I read some comments on Twitter a little while back, and there were younger broadcasters saying, I simply can't do anything else because there comes that time, which is my regular schedule, and I've got to do it. I just can't be away from it. I know it's somewhere in the back of my mind, my brain sort of switches on, says, actually you are supposed to be doing this, why are you not doing it? And it's interesting, and I really think it is very connected to the community input, because all the gaming and all the activities, be discussion groups or singing or any other dancing. Actually, one of my broadcaster friends from the US, she started as a gamer and she just did everything to dancing, and her dance is just unbelievably, insanely popular. And she does everything to such degree which is very personalized. So it doesn't matter whether she's like an extraordinary dancer or not. It's just the style, it's the manner to which she presents, it's the jokes, it's the rewards, it's everything else, and it's all that interactivity. So really, for myself, the last sort of 7-8 months have been all about doing the games together with my community, and it's that. It's very similar to what you would have with John Peel or with all the other radio presenters. I could just name quite a few, but obviously I guess many people worldwide will be familiar with his name, so therefore obviously mention him. And he obviously is truly original in the way he did everything. It's that contact with the audiences, because what he had at the time, there was no emails, so he would be receiving either phone calls and messages primarily left for him. So people would kind of leave messages for him through the BBC, or they would write him letters, and he would be reading out letters live on air, which meant his 2 hours window was the means to which he was connecting with his audiences, and he was doing this every single day. And we do the same. Obviously we are not really the person of that magnitude with that degree of influence, but we are connecting with our community members, and we know that for our channels we will have our very dedicated regulars, and they'll come every single day, which means it is that bond between yourself and the community member that provides you with that degree of experience, and therefore you're being drawn. It's like a magnet. You really want to talk to them. You want to find out what they have to say. You want to find out what news they have for you. You want to get together with them, maybe do a game or two with them. And I think this will be even more apparent when people start running discussion groups, because you can bring in them people on air, and it is a bit like your friends out there that will do certain kind of occupation, activity with you. Think about why is it that people go to football matches? Why is it people go to cinema and theatres together, and you get always a group of regulars? I think I mentioned the other day, a few years ago, I was standing in an election, and the election was for the BFI member governor. And for all of you who are familiar, the BFI is the British Film Institute. It's the main institution that is dedicated to preservation of film and video medias on the national level here in the United Kingdom, and also it is tied to the production of television and film industry. So there's quite a wide range of activities and responsibilities that the institute has, compared to the old one, where the institute was just keeping the old films in our major national archive and then screening them. And I obviously was selected to be one of those people representing, and I went through the election and everything. So what I'm trying to say is, I lost my thread, I'm afraid. What was it? I would have to re-listen to myself in order to find out what I was saying. But I think yeah, it came back. You see, my brain still works, so I'm grateful. Thank you. And you see, it's coming and going. I don't know why. I'm well rested. I really am not tired at all. And but I got my thread now here. I put it down in my notebook just in order to make sure it wouldn't really flee away from me. It happens sometimes if you are combining different subjects and you are describing, like different areas of operation or different fields. It can easily slip. What I try to describe to you is people going to music concerts, people going to theatre, people going to football matches, people going to cinema. The vast majority will go out and watch those activities for the social element. They go there together, or they go there because they know they will meet other regulars out there, and then once the activity is finished, they'll get together, they'll have something to eat, something to drink, or they'll just stand around and they'll talk about whatever they've done. If you watch the football match, there'll be discussions about footballers and match and history and all sorts, and it's extraordinary when you are with some of those fans. They know everything about everyone. And I have to say that I've seen this worldwide, but also in Britain we have this it's a very kind of traditional approach to certain occupations. The idea of father-son relationship, where what your father's been doing you're going to carry on. You're going to be like a business owner eventually. If your father was running a shop, you'll do it, and if your father was a lawyer, you'll do it, etc. So what it means is people are very sort of professional in the research, and they're very dedicated to that particular niche area. And I think this is something that really stood out during the last century if you looked at certain kinds of writings and debates, because you've had that degree of continuity and that degree of meticulous research and passion which was invested in a particular area of operational activity, and you could learn a lot from it. And I really, I'm always astonished when with a group of veterans from a particular field, because they present me with such staggering knowledge. And although people consider me to be quite knowledgeable, I always think, my goodness, I know nothing. When I'm with these guys and they start talking about certain things, I know nothing. They know everything. How is it possible? I know all these things, I've never heard of them. And the answer is simple. Everyone who's passionate about that area will be researching a certain section of history, and they will get to know everything. And if people ask me about film noir, they ask me about German expressionism in cinema, if they ask me about my favorite periods such as pre-code cinema, silent cinema, if they ask me about new American film, if they ask me about American indies, if they ask me about particular actors and directors whom I actually treasure, then I know everything. And so what is basically the most significant part of that activity? Well, it's very simple. A group of 10 veterans of the British Film Institute, when they get together, they will bring their life experience of watching films and studying cinema and everything, film related. When they talk, they share these experiences. They learn from one another every single day, and that makes the activity worthwhile. It's not just about going there and watching a film. That is a solitary activity, because obviously you are communicating with the medium within, inside of your head. You are experiencing the emotions on the screen. You're being stimulated in all sorts of ways, through senses. You can experience joy or sadness. You can hear different types of sounds. You can smell certain things. You can feel frightened if you're watching certain types of horror films, or the films presenting you with a human tragedy. So you are experiencing all sorts of things from within. But then once you get together with your friends, with your enthusiasts or your veterans, then you are indeed sharing those experiences, and you're making everything a lot more significant and enjoyable. You share the knowledge, you share the experience, and indeed you are then focusing on that social aspect of the activity, which is always the most truly rewarding. So I can say, certainly for myself, going out for live music, or going out for cinema screenings, watching films in cinema, it just doesn't feel right if I'm doing it by myself. It does happen sometimes that I watch the first run of films by myself, but the reason for that is we have multiplexes, and you'll go to the best cinema in there in order to watch, and London is a massive big city, and it's just quite beyond comparison with any other place. So we do have the British Film Institute as our kind of solid base where we all meet, and we also have now a new place which has been in operation for about 4 or 5 years, called Cinema Museum. So these are the two hubs for anyone who is really your true kind of dedicated film fan or a scholar of film history. And if you come there when we run certain events, then obviously you'll be able to acquaint with the group, and indeed find many like-minded individuals and learn a lot. So you see, what I'm trying to describe is the activity out there, which is highly significant and focused on social interactivity, meeting people in real life, sharing their experiences, and sharing, actually, if you watch the film and you talk to the guys like 10 minutes later, you're sharing the experiences as they are unraveling. You're still sort of reflecting on whatever you've gone through. That is also the backbone of what we do here on Twitch. It's done on a global scale, and we can have, well, initially lots of unknown people coming in and bonding, and then eventually, like in any other circumstances, we get to know each other and we develop those bonds and friendships, which are then also based on our passion for video gaming or any other topic as it goes, and indeed on the knowledge which is shared. If there's one thing about this channel, it's about the knowledge which is shared, and I really treasure that, because my regulars come in and they always talk about everything that is Destiny related, and they present us with their knowledge and experience of the game. I mean, think about it. If we look at several community members who played the game, let's say since its beta testing days, they will have about 20-30,000 hours of gameplay between them, maybe even more. And that is an astonishing number of hours, which means people really invested the time and effort and dedicated the time to the game, and they will know everything. So anybody else who wants to learn more about this game, or indeed about any other game, the way you can actually approach video gaming altogether, if you want to talk about other games, you can talk about Dead Space 3, you can talk about Fallout, you can talk about God of War, Red Dead Redemption, you can always come here and open up that sort of discussion, because the community veterans will be there more than ready and able to jump in. Right, so these are my reflections on our recent activities here, on my last week, on the Easter weekend, on the industries overall, on our social community, which is building here on Twitch. All of that is truly wonderful, participating. Particularly grateful to everyone on Friday. I thought you made, well, I could certainly say that Friday was probably the best possible celebration of 6 months in existence. It really felt like that. It just really occurred to me that I should have really mentioned it to my community members in there and the guys doing the raids, but maybe I'll just send them a few messages to make sure that they are fully aware of the fact that in fact we are celebrating quite a bit. You know, it's a 6-month anniversary, and I got some of my achievements and postings on, well, through, you know, Twitch coming my way during the last couple of weeks, and very, very happy and, you know, very rewarded by everyone's participation. And what better way to provide a little bit of extra but by publishing Destiny Bungie Masterpiece. You know that I worked on this article. This article is almost like a book. It is very lengthy, and it does provide everyone with a detailed picture on what Destiny was, what Destiny is, how the game was initially conceived, how it unraveled, tells you all about the challenges that the development team had, and also it gives you lots of illustrations, many videos, and plenty of trivia for you to explore. So it is really not just an article, it is a bit like a major Destiny guide. It has been compiled through many different resources. They included on and offline resources, and I've also thrown in some of my comments, tips and views on certain things which I consider significant. So I'm certainly hoping that the experience of the article is going to be positive, and I'm also inviting everybody from my community to tell me if there are other things that perhaps I omitted, things that I was not aware of, and some bits of trivia that perhaps need to go in. And the article is up and running, so it is on my Gaming Dialogue blog, and you can access it with ease by just going to my blog, if you know where it is, and I believe you all do. And if you don't, then just simply go to my Twitter and then access the first posting, which is basically my pinned posting, and it tells you Destiny Bungie Masterpiece article has been published today, and join in, have a look, let us know what you think. I certainly hope that you're going to be liking it. It is intended to be a refresher for everyone who actually has been doing the game for about 5-6 years, and also it is intended to be a guide for the newbies or people who are halfway through the game, because it will give them some pointers. It will provide them with some explanations. It will also give them some ideas on what you can do, because obviously you can be doing the game in lots of different ways, and therefore Destiny is highly replayable. You can either choose different characters and therefore get different abilities, or you can be doing all 3 characters and then changing the races, because you have different races which obviously can be chosen. You can be pursuing different missions. You can be focused on story missions or raids or strikes or any of those which appear to be your favorite activity. And I guess what's most important is to learn the in-game dynamics and mechanics. You need to know how to be collecting materials, how to be using them to enable perks. You need to know what weapons are going to be the most useful for what type of activity. You need to know how these weapons can be infused in order to gain more power. And you need to know what is what basically in the entire inventory. And that takes a bit of time. And in fact, yesterday Sekapupu and me talked, and I asked him how long did it take him to get to the level 400 on one character. And he said, well, it was a lot longer than a year. But then he said, I didn't have any help either. I was doing everything by myself. And as you know, 5-6 years ago, Twitch was not as developed as it is today, and therefore people could not bond as much as we do nowadays. And indeed, it was a lot more difficult and a lot harder on some of those gamers as well. I have lots of people who were doing beta tests on Destiny 1 and people who were really with Destiny from the word go. There was a lot of hype about the game, you probably remember, because it was seen as an extension of Halo. Halo was sort of severing ties with the original development team at the time, and therefore there was a lot of curiosity and elation about this brand new sci-fi shooter, and indeed it paid off in the medium term. Initially there was some hostility expressed, people not happy with lots of different things, but that was all improved during the first year, and indeed we have now Destiny 1 as we know it, and it is a truly wonderful, very immersive, very replayable sci-fi opera, you could say, with elements of open world gameplay as well as your FPS. And therefore, I'd just like to invite everyone to have a look at my article. The article is up and running. I've talked about it a lot on my broadcasts. It did take me a long while to finish it. The biggest trouble I had was proofreading and also doing the links. The article is rife with facts, figures and trivia, and the vast majority had to be basically linked up to other websites. So for instance, if you're reading on Warlock, or Hunter or Titan, if you're reading on Lord Shaxx, on Deseveris or Banshee, you want to find out more about them, because within the article they're obviously mentioned and they're described for who they are. But if you want to find out more about the history, you want to get to know more about the story, you have to click on those links. And also there are lots of tips in there in order to tell you where you can get your stats, where you can get your extra trackers, where you can team up with other friends. And I think for anyone who has been with Destiny for 5 or 6 years, the video library will be of particular assistance. I really collected every single video that I consider to be very significant as a video documentary, or the most representative for what happened with the evolution of this game. And when you're watching them in sequence, you will get a very, very good picture on how things were progressing over a period of about 5 or 6 years. And I still think Destiny will remain, like Halo, a true legendary achievement. I consider it to be a masterpiece, regardless of what others say, and I will always be able to replay it, because it isn't just about the gameplay, it's all about the game that is created in order to be learned through your community. You see, that's not frequently mentioned. This is the game to be learned through your community. And initially they did not have any companion guides published. They wanted people to be asking each other on what to do, and that was ingenious. It was just like absolutely brilliant. And in the same way as Apex did that recently with the launch that had no marketing campaigns prior to its actual release, and they used streamers in order to basically raise the publicity, and you could see it worked a lot better. Within one day you had millions of people accessing the game and indeed playing it, just because they've seen that this particular streamer was in the game. They never heard about it, they were very curious, they liked what they've seen, they jumped in, they became one of the subscribers and members. And also the game was for free compared to Destiny, which obviously was costing about $50-60 when you were purchasing it. So there are lots of different ways in which those things can be approached, but I think the one that invents the new method first, and we've seen Bungie, of course, they introduced the idea that you need to learn this game by connecting with other community members, which is what they, I guess, explored through 10 years of Halo. They saw that lots of people were providing assistance and help, regardless of all the other companions and guides out there. and that help was indeed the best possible. Sekapupu, our Finnish community member, told me yesterday that he did everything by himself. Therefore, this felt like a lot of hard work. Sometimes, obviously, a lot of sort of tapping in the dark. But I've done everything opposite. I learned very, very quickly from everyone who was here. My community has been very busy, very active, very attentive, very helpful, very polite and kind, and always there to help me with my next step. Obviously I can single out quite a number of people who were there with me from the beginning, but I learned rapidly. And every single time they said, well, don't really do that because you're going to kill or you can jeopardize the effort of the team. You need to be doing such and such. This is the weapon you need to use. Don't use the other one. And these kinds of tips were extremely helpful. And the activities that initially I perhaps found a bit draining or I even feared, such as Sea Heroic Strikes and World Events, became actually the most enjoyable because I knew exactly what to do thanks to my community members. So remember, it is all about the community. It's all about people who you've got here with you. And as you will see in the article, I start the article by stating that this was an experiment. I specifically chose this game because of its own community and everything I knew about it, and I made lots of new friends since I started. Those friends are here with me every day. Some actually pop in even immediately as they wake up. And we have a very, very wonderful, very communicative online Destiny community here, which in fact is taking over from others because lots of other people had withdrawn from broadcasting Destiny. So I'm the only channel at the moment that is actually streaming Destiny every single day, and that's been verified by many, many community members. I didn't even know that, It's just that it obviously transpired through some of our conversations here. And people said, well, we all come to you because obviously you're the only one who's streaming Destiny every single day, and that's wonderful. We wanted to stay that way. And people were quite worried that Destiny was going to disappear from this channel because I had some promotional campaigns on PlayStation Now services and also on Anthem, Apex, and The Division 2. But indeed, that is not the case. And the first 6 months were a true experiment. I wanted to find out what content people would like the best, and after working extremely hard, I've got some very good ideas, and I think my project has actually developed in the desired direction. I don't have to do any more analysis at the moment. I know exactly what people want and indeed what the best parameters for the channel to operate really are. And I've tested different time zones and different parts of the world in terms of the community membership, and I've done it sometimes very early in the morning, sometimes very late at night, and we discovered that running it in a structured format every single day, exactly the same time, is the very, very best way for us at the moment. And we are going to be continuing exactly the same for many, many days and months to come. Right, so I talked about everything. Remember, if you've not had a look, go to my Twitter and Instagram, have a look at all of those wonderful pictures from Twitch Developer Conference last week, and it's a very big thing, because obviously you get a clear idea on what Twitch is actually doing at the moment to enable better connectivity between the broadcasters and the viewers, i.e. the gamers and the viewers. And also you'll get some news. You will actually see what Twitch looks in real life. You'll get a clear idea on what the offices look like, and you can put your names to faces. Basically, you'll get to know the faces of people who are working on the development team, and all of those are indeed very, very important for everything we have here, and we have to be very, very grateful to all of the hard work. Right, so we've come again to our beloved gameplay, and we are going to be progressing with our hunter again. If you remember, yesterday we've done a bit of well, it wasn't a lengthy grind. We've done some grinding on the moon, and we are getting really to the level where that third tier of my Sword Reforged quest is going to be completed. So I'll try to complete it today, but probably unlikely to be completed on the materials front. I think on the solar kills front it is likely, because I've gone to 90%, so 10% will be easily acquired, and the materials are really, really hard coming. And during last week I had a couple of days where I probably would have collected more than 100 helium filaments, and I still couldn't get that extra material. And some of my community members told me it didn't used to be like this, but there were people who were able to optimize, and we are getting then unpredictable number of requirements per material. So sometimes it could be 15, at other times it could be 120. So we actually simply do not know, and therefore it made it a bit harder to cheat, I guess, or even almost impossible to cheat, I should say. And on the other hand, it made it really a bit difficult for us. And if you're streaming, doing it all in one go is a bit, unappealing. It is a long grind. It's a similar sort of activity. You're going out collecting materials and attacking some of the enemies, and they're respawning, and you get the war sat and all that. So we are doing this in moderation, which means every day for about 45 minutes or so, and then we do all the other things. So that's exactly what we are to do today, and we'll crack on firstly with this lengthier grind, and after that we'll do some story missions and strikes. So let's just crack on, shall we? I'm playing my hunter human male, and obviously I'm playing it as DRBMiller, in other words, myself. Hope you guys are enjoying this wonderful sunny morning. Again, it's like proper summer in the UK. I don't know what on earth is going on. I don't think it's as hot as yesterday, but still, let me just have a look. Let's see. 17 degrees. Yeah, so it's a bit cooler. Yesterday we had already 23, 24 by midday. Alright, so let's have a look. We've done all the admin, but you know what? I may need to be collecting some of the bounties. I just remembered, so we are going to go to the tower first, collect some bounties, and then we will proceed. The first destination is going to be our Sword Reforged quest on the moon. We need to carry on with this. I do want to complete my soul abilities today. I'm already, I think, 90% on those. And then we'll carry on with the collection of materials as well. And those are rather difficult. They're taking a little while. Captain Jack always reminds me that the grinds in Destiny 1 can be menacing, but they're nothing like those ones you face if you are entering the Destiny 2 world. So if anyone watching, beware. Particularly those attached to the new seasons, the season of the Drifter and season of the Forge. They have some very, very, very lengthy grinds there. I've heard from Captain Jack, one of those he was grinding for about 3 months. And as he's a completionist, he really wants to really make sure that everything is collected. It takes a while, my friends. It takes a while. Right. Just grab my glasses so I can see better. You know what? It's a very quiet morning today. I guess everyone went to college or work after a few days off. Or maybe people are asleep, I don't know. I don't think anyone partied out too hard last night.
What a hopeful text.
No, we don't have anything there. The only thing we actually need is bounties.
Present.
So the first thing I want to see is the bounties I collected yesterday. Right, I've got this one, so that's pretty good. Throw this in, and I think for the first lot we'll be looking at some kill bounties. So void weapon kills, orbits of light generated, arc weapon kills, fallen mages, ultras. Okay, we'll take then hive mages.
Checking. Confirmed.
Fallen mages, we'll take arc weapon kills. Orbs of light generated, void weapon kills, orbs we'll take.
Updating schedule.
And that should be really completing everything. And oh, somebody wants to up test as well. That's strange. Who was this? Somebody down there. So you'll have to be getting a reward.
Is a comfort to me.
Is it Zavala or Cade? Oh, it's Cade.
Oryx is not truly dead, of course, but he has been banished.
Get the worm, Guardian, early bird, all that.
Your rank with this faction has increased, so we are getting some rewards. Vanguard armor, Vanguard chroma, Vanguard weapons. We'll go for Vanguard armor. Cade Bogataya and Glorious Jump. Okay, we got our ship. But I'm certainly hoping that the gauntlet I acquired is going to be stronger than 391, because that's the weakest piece of equipment that I still have. So let's have a look. Let's have a look. And I just realized that 25,000 glimmer, which is astonishing. That's the, you know, the top amount. I can't be acquiring any more glimmer, can't be rewarded, so I need to be spending some money. I need to buy some materials, or need to buy something, maybe some weapons. We'll do something. Let me see. KD Bugger Tire 380. Alright, so
All right, stay
we'll do
alert.
Not while I...
will do, sire. Fear God, honor the king. I'll be back after another battle. Let's see what we've got here. Curious about that. Well, that is exactly what I wanted. Look at this. This is 391. And that one is 398. So I have KD Bogota 20. Okay, yeah, so all this one I think has all perks. Yeah, that's right. So all this, smartly, we'll put this one on, right? And then this one on, we will infuse with 398. Okay, so plenty of everything, plenty of legendary marks, plenty of mote of light, everything is there. Look at it, it's extraordinary. Doing really, really well. And so we are going to be selecting, so infusing 391, 391, 398, 393. So we'll go for 398, 398, and I'm 397, which means I'm progressing up. I'm up the ladder. 397 from 392 early in the week. I've gone up by 5 points, and that means I'm very, very close to 400. Right? So now I've got helmet 397, gauntlet 398, my chest armor 397, tireless striders 398, cloak of Tanix 398, Oversoul Scream artifact 399, 397 Skype rifle, 395 Devil's Dawn, 398 Hunger of Crota, 399 Bellicoe Shell. So I'm really nearly there. Let's face the facts. I'm really nearly there. But you know what? I just remembered. I need to see whether Crescent like Relic Iron. I don't think I have it here. Probably need to transfer it from my other and just double check still very quickly, but I remember looking at it yesterday and that didn't seem to work. I didn't see this. Didn't look at the last one. You know, I must have been blind yesterday, because this ghost is there. Spirit Bloom I have on several. So what we'll do is we'll put this one on. And we'll infuse. $3.99. There we are. So we've got this equipped helium filament extractor, and that will be obviously helping us. Glorioli jump. Look at this. Glory. Oh my goodness, that looks awesome. We'll put Glorioli jump on, but I have to say my preference is for Tereshkova, but we'll put this one on, you know, just for kicks really, for the time being, and put back on that Tereshkova later. Let's see. Yep, that's all in order. So we are going to be able to carry on. Anybody else wants to talk
What's
to
the
us?
latest, Guardian?
Somebody else does. Can't believe it's Eris. No, Eris doesn't want to talk to me.
He's good.
What do they expect of me?
Oh, it's the postmaster. Where's that?
Ready to assist.
Novgorod cloak we have. Okay.
See you tomorrow.
Let's see the cloaks I've got here. Quite a variety. But I think probably can put one of those cloaks in the vault.
Room 709. Room 709.
Not just one, maybe several. Because 398 is the one we wanted. Oh, there's not enough space. Oh no. No.
New address.
Need to
New
make
address.
sure. Need to make sure that some of these. Yeah, a bit of trouble in there. 390, 397. Ian Tracer 390. Did I have two of them? 391. Quite like these. This one's also quite good. All of these are, you know. Find one that I do not like. I use this one a lot. Cloak of the Cosmonaut. But to be honest with you, I don't really like that one. So I'll delete that one. Okay, and then I'll go to the vault. And then I'll need to look at those cloaks. Yeah, I mean basically these ones are not particularly strong, you know. It's a real pain to have to be doing all this.
Tower's too big. Not enough time.
Oh, I quite like it, Vanguard, pulse rifle. Right. I guess I like the design. There's a difference between liking a cloak because of its design and then comparing it to its abilities, you know. It's two different things. And what we can do here is we need to have one more space, I think. Oh, this is quite good. Cloak of the Leopard. Ian Tracer. Shattered Vault Cloak. It's a very good one. Definitely want to keep that one. Probably even better than the one I got. Cloak of Tanix. Cloak of Dredgen Mule. Okay. So that should do for the time being.
We are re-established. Underway.
Okay, what's the one we've got here? 397 Novgorod Cloak. Yeah, it's quite nice as well. You know what, the one I've seen there,
All done, all done.
the one I've seen there a moment ago was actually the best, wasn't it? The Cloak of the Leopard. No? What was it?
Excuse me, Guardian.
No. Shattered Vault. That one. Ornament, Vanguard, Scout Rifle, Rocket Launcher. Shattered Vault Cloak. It's 396, and the one I've got here is 398. Okay, we'll just keep it on for the time being, doesn't matter. The one I just got is Novgorod Cloak, Hunter Cloak, and Auto Rifle, Shotgun. No, I quite like it, but okay, we'll keep it on, doesn't matter. We have one space there available, I think. I guess what I can do is I can just... yeah, I know what I'll do. I'll just get rid of some of these. No, that's not it. And... I quite like that one, Gunslinger. Gunslinger Cloak's pretty good, isn't it? And this one, Bloodstained Hood. This one I do not like, so I can get rid of that one. But this is taking forever. Well, I'm not going to do that again now. Okay, and then there may be another one as well. Yeah, I like that one. I can just delete the last two. Jerry's there. Jerry says, nice, need some raids. And Captain Jack says, good morning. Well, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning to Jerry. Good morning to Captain Jack. It must be around 6 o'clock in the morning out there in the US with you guys. It's reaching just, well, we are coming to sort of midday, 5 to 12 it is here. And Jerry says, I'm just guessing here, but this is the kind of thing you might want to do before you start your stream. No, not really. I don't, because there's a reason as to why I do this, and that is this is a beginner's channel. And as I stream on 20 different platforms, I have people watching, you know, who are kind of learning on what to do and, you know, ins and outs of the in-game mechanics. So I'm always going back to the very, very basics, which means, you know, not knowing what to do with anything and, you know, explaining it again and again. So that's the idea behind the channel. This is not a competitive channel, and just, you know, you just focus on the beginners in order to draw people who not played the game beforehand and learn. So let me just see what I've got here. And there was another one that I wanted to get rid of. Which one was that? It wasn't here. Cloak of Atropos. Yeah, that's not too bad. We'll give this a miss. So what I've got there is, I think, what is it, one space? Yep, that's right. Captain Jack says, just finished up a lore grind. That's kind of like your sword quest. Captain Jack was doing yet another lengthy grind, and indeed it is probably similar to my sword quest, but I know that you've been doing, Captain Jack, many more difficult grinds, and the ones which were very lengthy compared to myself. And you know, I don't mind them. It just, you know, I do them just in moderation, you know, 45 minutes here and there. And then sometimes I forget, and then I do them for maybe 90 minutes. But to tell you the truth, I'm quite happy because yesterday I managed to get some materials, and I'm up to 90% on my materials on my solo kills, so you could see the score is 7-10 on materials, so still 3 to go, and 90% are completing in, well, today, really. We'll do this next, so that's looking all very good. Jerry says, I had no idea, good job. No worries, thanks very much, sir, for your kind words. Yeah, this is not a competitive channel, you know, it is basically a channel that is based on my community and the community of Destiny gamers. So that includes rookies, newbies, beginners, medium, you know, mid-range players, veterans, everyone. And therefore it is really very interactive and quite popular. The community interaction is the priority for myself at all times, and therefore lots of people come here. And you know, like I said earlier, we spent a lot of time on Wednesday at the European headquarters of Twitch discussing, you know, the ways to which we can actually bring people in. And there's a division in the community between the bots and kind of automated types of interactivity, with the one which is purely kind of generic and personalized. And I believe in the latter. Some believe in the former, but you know, the future will tell. Captain Jack says, nah, this one is just getting kills with a certain exotic. Oh, I see. Still, if you have to really neutralize very many, I've done a few of those in the Cosmodrome and elsewhere. It's just a really hard coming. You're killing hundreds and then you're just getting 1 or 2 notches up. It does take a bit of time. Quite like my cloak. And indeed, we are going to be now proceeding to orbit. We are looking at these picture postcard scenic views, gathering our thoughts, recharging our batteries, and indeed getting some resilience and energy for our firefights, which indeed are to come. And there we are. The moon is our first stop, so please buckle up, stand by, get ready, and we'll be off to the moon to collect materials, to kill enemies, and complete those solo kills. There we are, my friends, landing on the moon.
You ever wish we'd never woken the hive?
The action is
think of all
about
the
to
fun we've
start.
had with those guys, though.
Captain Jack says, it's like a piece of lore every 500 kills. My goodness, that takes a long while. Well, I guess probably the very best is to be using some I mean, you can't actually use the grenades because you're using that weapon, so it's, yeah, one shot, one kill, so to speak. 500, that's very many. And Captain Jack says, but it seemed like fewer than that to me. Well, maybe it is, you know, 500. It's hard to tell. Sometimes if you get really a lot of hectic activities, you know, the arena sort of packed out with enemies, it's sort of, it feels different compared to when you have few enemies about. I know that for myself, and you know, some of the patrol areas. Just remember that what I need to do is I need to change a few things, and I nearly forgot this. So go back. I do need to put my snipe on. Sniper's on, the Ghost is on. Okay, that's all good. Treads Upon Stars is there. But to be honest with you, I don't want that Tread Upon Stars. I want to be using my Imago Loop. So Imago Loop's on. And I need my Gunslinger. Gunslinger needs to be on as well. for the obvious reasons. I need to be getting my solo kills. So that's all in order. And we can just literally go back there. And then hit those enemies hard. Captain Jack says it is 9 pieces total, but I only needed the last 8. I see. We got one. You got one like beforehand. So you were just collecting 8. Well, I guess I had like 20 helium filaments here myself, and I thought, well, it's all gone a bit funny. Yeah, I had the same situation here, although it's a very lengthy grind as far as the materials are concerned. I did have, I think, 20 or 30, and you know, actually I want to see how many I've got at the moment. Let's see. Didn't double check, just remembered. Well, there you go. Look at it. 280. I have 280. So it means I collected 260 and I'm still nowhere near the tops. And yeah, that's better. That's better. Forgot about that perk on my ghost shell. You know, ghost shell. But Captain Jack says, I'm mainly just triumph score grinding these days. It's a lengthy grind as well. But just like you said, if one is a completionist, then it's all about getting the right sort of stuff. And they've done it like this in lots of different games. If you want to get everything completed, you know, all the trophies and everything, then you will get a few of those which are just absolutely infinite. And that can be a real pain. But then on the other hand, I don't know whether you'd agree with me, it does vary from game to game, because some of those long grinds in some games are really enjoyable. You get lots of kind of diverse activity, and then in other games it's just literally just repeating the same thing. I'm not that keen on, you know, the latter, really. Not my sort of style. I like doing a variety. And I tell you, the lengthy grind on this sword was also right at the beginning, when I was needing to kill 50 mages and ultras, when you start at the Cosmodrome, and but I quite like that, because you have lots of different enemies. It's very hectic. There are like a mixture of enemies respawning as well as the world events, and it's all kind of, you know, tangled up together. So it's very hectic, it's busy, you get the war set, you got champions, you got mages, you got ultras, and it's all happening continuously, and that's really good. You can do that literally for days and days. You never feel bored. But you know, some of the other activities are less interesting. Like for instance, this one, if you're doing it for a number of hours, it does feel like, oh no, I don't want to do it again. It's best done bit by bit. See, this chap here, who's this? It's a dead stick again. Yeah, he's gone now, but he literally took these guys away from me, and I'm collecting them for my quest. And Captain Jack says, I'd love to get to 70k triumph score before Season of Opulence. Is it going to be hard to get, do you think? Now you could see 92 already. So I've gone from 90 to 92 so fast, and that's because I'm just using my solar, you know? He walks away from there. I need to get my grenades. Actually, I'll just go up there. And the Captain Jack says, I'd love to get 70k triumph score before Season of Opulence, but that's just a pipe dream. Is that because it's so difficult? Or it takes a long, long while? I guess just one of those very lengthy grinds. And then at the end of the day, you know, if you do it in moderation, a couple of hours every day, you see with this one, somebody told me yesterday that they've done this in purpose in order to prevent people from cheating. And you've got no means of knowing. You remember, we discussed it and people said you probably will be getting about 150, 180 materials and then that's going to be complete. I'm already on 280, like 280. Just, you know, it's taken a little while to collect 180 in here. And still not complete. It's only 7 materials. Captain Jack says, most of the triumphs I have left to do are Crucible and Gambit. Yeah, I mean, you know, Crucible is not really my favorite activity, I've got to say. And, you know, my internet upload speed aside, it's more to do with the way it just appears to be like a death match. And the maps are really quite dense and tight, and you just run through the corridors. And, you know, you play World of Tanks, you have different types of maps, and you play Apex Deathmatch, you know, and it's quite diverse. In here I feel it's very confined, and in fact it isn't that much about skill, it's more to do with the way you master your controller, or the way you know, it's more about jumping and precise aiming, obviously if you're on fiber optic as well. And I don't think for me that's good enough, that's just too simplistic. Because, you know, lots of guys are much faster with jumps, but I did, you know, I prefer PvP which does have some strategy, you know, where you can actually apply certain thinking modes, and therefore your deathmatch is a bit more interesting. And Captain Jack says, yeah, it's difficult. 70k score is like top 2% of all players. Well, that does sound like a grind. Well, they've done it because they want people to stay with the game infinitely, you know. And whilst they're working on the new content, they'll want people to be grinding this to keep them occupied. So I think that's the mindset that they are tapping into. They want people to be doing lots of different things, not just those lengthy grinds, but if they've completed everything else, then that sort of grind is going to keep them for the time being, whilst they're still working on the new season of new content. We need to see whether it works in you know, in the medium run. I think it's a good idea. And Captain Jack says, I'm already at 65,000. Well, 5,000 to go. You can see that you're doing extremely well. Ryan's there. Hello, Ryan. How are you doing? How's everything? How are the streams? How are the raids? I can certainly tell you that on Friday we were doing 3 raids on my channel, and we had one of the best broadcasting days since this channel started. It was tremendous, and I loved it. In fact, it just all unraveled without any form of planning, because lots of Destiny veterans came in, and we just decided on basically that course of action in order to help one of our community members who was doing, I guess, one of the most difficult, well, one of the, how do I put it, one of the quests that required the longest grind, right? And he had to be completing some strikes and some story missions and some raids and, you know, everything in sequence. So we've done all of that, and that was terrific. And basically what I loved the best was I attended the you know, Twitch developer tour event at the European headquarters for Twitch on Oxford Street in London on Wednesday. It was like a big conference with the panel of experts and the top Twitch team there, coming directly from Paris and Berlin after they were doing the TwitchCon Europe for the first time. And we talked exactly about that. We talked about that connectivity and how to bring in many more people in order to, you know, engage with the content. And then I had Thursday and Friday, which were probably the busiest I've ever had on the channel, on the Destiny stream, I should say. And, you know, the guys were going to be watching what we are doing here. So I couldn't be, I've been absolutely overjoyed that it all just unraveled by itself. And, you know, the number of interactions we had on Friday was incredible. It was just like so many people coming in. and we had about I think roughly 650 people watching the whole thing, literally throughout the whole day, and about 450 interacting. So I was very happy. It was like, you know, tremendous stats for a new independent and, you know, channel that is not supported by any major broadcaster or company. It is very, very good. And Captain Jack says, well, I will be at 65k after tomorrow, waiting on Blind Well Law. You know, that sounds very good to me. And I congratulate you on your achievement, because this is really a lot of hours spent on collecting everything. And look at this. Today, I collected maybe 3 helium filaments. I haven't even opened a chest and already got that material. Well, that's really weird. Now 8 out of 10. So that's progressing as well, which is really good. Well, if I'm fortunate, maybe I'll be able to complete. But somewhat, you know, somehow I think it is unlikely to be taking place today. I'm certain that the last one's going to be a lengthy grind, which is always unpopular. Well, with me, that is. Hang on. There are lots of chests in here, you know. Another one we need to throw in there. Oh no, I missed him. Okay. Oh no, why? The golden gun didn't last long. It disappeared. Just for the benefit of our viewers, I've got to be doing all these solo kills, you know, so I'm not using my primary or secondary almost at all, in order to obviously complete the quest. But then I have no choice when I come to this sort of close range. Okay, that was good. So that was good and appreciated. Come on, where is he? Becoming like an expert knife thrower, I have to say. And Captain Jack says they don't drop from chests, only nodes. Really? I did collect lots of chests and they did count, I think. I think they changed, because every time I go into a chest they registered. They did. Let me see, how many have I got so far? Yeah. I'll show you. Look. Because I thought as well that they will not register from the chest, but every single time I open a chest, it registers. You get a pop-up saying helium filaments, and usually they are like not 1 but 2. There's a couple of them in there. And if you look at the inventory has 88 and 200. So they're all registered. 288, almost nearly 300. Only nodes. To be honest with you, I don't really know. But as I'm doing the quest, I'm just collecting literally everything, everywhere, as much as I can. And then maybe some of it will be used elsewhere for some other purpose. Do you know what I mean? In fact, did I say this already? I don't know whether you've heard. I published the article. My article has been published today. And the article is Destiny Bungie Masterpiece. So it is a lengthy guide for anyone and everyone who wants to be kind of embracing Destiny. I guess it's more geared towards newbies and newcomers than the veterans, but for the veterans it is like a reminder of everything. And if you want to have a look, I'll send you, well, I posted the link early on, I'm not sure whether you're able to access it. And it's a kind of compilation of lots of different articles which I accessed both online and offline. And it's I think it gives quite a good overview of Destiny. And I was asking my community members if you had anything else to add, anything else to say, then please let me know. Sort of send me a message and tell me if there's anything else that actually needs to be included or if you have any ideas about the format, because I put in lots of tips, lots of ideas there, so you have a look. I mean, particularly interested to hear from Captain Jack what he will think, you know, of the article, because obviously you looked at my other articles and you know everything about Destiny. So if there's anything in the article which has been seen as an omission, something I've not included, because I think I compiled quite a lot of different resources, and you know, have a look and just let me know, because I'll be very glad to include any additional content as we progress, because the article could be infinite. Do you know what I mean? And it is basically I think it's a good guide. It's very interactive. There are lots of photographs and screenshots, i.e. you know, illustrations. We have a very lengthy video library, and then we also have many links that are highly interactive. So for every single character, or for, you know, anything which is significant, the actual title or the name is linked with Destiny Wikipedia, and people can get to know everything about this character, the story, or anything else. And you know, it's very lengthy, so you can have a look at it at some other time. But I'll just send you the link. Just bear with me. The link is
You see that?
going to be here. Yeah, I've got it here. So just bear with us a second. And just bear with me. I'm going to send you a link here on our Twitch chat. You know, it's funny because some people can be talking and writing at the same time, or they can be listening to the music and writing and doing something. I can't. I have that disability. I can't do it. I've got to be able to focus just on one thing. So right now, when I was writing this, I couldn't talk. And if I talked, I couldn't write. It's really weird, isn't it? Some people can just do multitasking, and I have no abilities of that sort, I'm afraid. Destiny Bungie Masterpiece article is on my gaming dialogue, and I'll say have a look. There we are. Send that, and then there we are, sir. There it is. You can obviously see it also on my blog, but this is obviously for the benefit of all of our other viewers and community members. Anyone interested, please have a look, please have a read. You don't have to read everything, but if you don't like reading, and lots of people don't like reading, you can just watch. You have all those video documentaries, all of those Destiny-related clips and trailers, and they will introduce the evolution of Destiny, I think, in the best possible light. I collected every one of those I could find, and I've spent, well, quite a few weeks researching it, so I think you will be quite pleased with the videos at least. And also, I think what's good is at the end, I've given a list of the story missions. You know that Destiny has this sort of non-linear story structure, which I thought was quite revolutionizing at the time and changed the approaches to adventure and RPG gaming altogether. And I've just written the list. So if anybody wants to be, anybody who's finished all three characters and did familiar with what actually the story is about, it's a bit like reading War and Peace, because it's massive, you know? And you'll just go to the list. So the list is there, it's your guide, and any mission can be replayed at any time. You'll get no loot, but you just play story missions, which means you'll be able to follow the story in a linear fashion and become accustomed and acquainted with all the characters and all the narrative and everything else. In fact, it is a lot easier if you do it that way, but indeed it's better if you play the game already on 3 characters, because it's going to be almost like watching the new game. You know, you watched X-Files, you watched The Wire, you watch Homicide: Life on the Street, 24, any of the big series, and then after a few years you come back and you rewatch the whole thing and you say, hang on a minute, I didn't realise this before, I've not noticed this before, this is quite new. It's always good to be doing that sort of refresher, and I think a refresher on the story missions is best done if you follow that list. So the list is right at the end. The list is right at the end of the article and before you get to the video library. So it's a good introduction to the video library as well. Right, so where are we? Where are we? Lads, let's have a look. We are here. Yeah, 8 materials out of 10. I must say it's 93, is it? Yeah, 93. Alright. Let's see. Well, why did you take him away from me? I've got my golden gun on. You know, some people are blind. Wasted my super. Boo! Same thing happened yesterday. Somebody joined me, you know, one of the random players, and he was literally taking away every single enemy away from me, and I thought, hang on a minute. But maybe he was doing the same quest or something similar, you know. It's possible. And then he saw me collecting helium filaments, and he was like racing together as well, which is fair enough. But with the enemies, it does make a difference, because once he neutralizes them, then I have a problem, right? Okay, we picked this up already. Sometimes there is a chest in here. Let's see, at the moment, is there a chest? Nah. Just a beacon. Captain Jack says, well, gotta let other people play the game too. Absolutely. In fact, I quite enjoy doing it with people who are also, like, you know, strolling through the patrol areas. It is just, it isn't to do with the fact that this person was doing it, you know, in the same area. It was just the way he did it. Do you know what I mean? Because he was doing it in such way to make sure there was no enemy left, no enemies left for me, and I thought that was quite funny. There we are, helium coils. Good, very good. Well, you know, it's interesting because I'm obviously a great fan of I'm a professional of gaming psychology, and a great fan of exploring how, you know, the gaming psychology works in the multiplayer online today on Twitch and elsewhere. And it's very, very fascinating. I'm sure you would have seen this many times. In the same way as you kind of recognize certain personality traits from the way people write their text messages, or the way they chat online, or the way they use your messenger or WhatsApp, you know, the way they abbreviate, the way their mind comes across through the use of the words. You get the same thing through the actual gameplay behavior. And I think Destiny and Elder Scrolls are probably the best. Well, you have also other games like, you know, Fortnite and Apex and that. But I think Elder Scrolls and Destiny, because there's quite a variety of different activities you can pursue, probably the best games where this could be thoroughly analyzed. And you know, it's very interesting. You get sometimes people coming in and they realize straight away that a buddy-buddy approach is necessary. They're your proper team player. They join in. They bring in their own friends, even if they're not actually in a squad at all. And you know, they're really helping the effort because they're really your team. You know, team. Well, they're focused on team effort, right? They are out there to help. And then you get other guys, people who do everything but. Unfortunately, we get lots of those in PvP. And I should say in PvP where team effort is absolutely necessary. It's imperative for people to, you know, stick together to learn strategy. And in fact, you'll see in my article, I did write there for everyone who's new and he wants to be doing the raids or indeed attempting to do some of the strikes. I advise them to be doing it with a permanent crew. A team, you know, their fire team, i.e. the clan, because it'll make it a lot easier. And I explain as to why, and I think that's really very, very important for anyone who's at the beginning. Gaming psychology. Let's just quickly have a look in there, see whether there are any other ads, any other enemies, anything else we can do. Look at him. That's annoying. Are there any other enemies down there? None. Because, you know, I want to use my golden gun when I'm surrounded by like 6 of them. Then obviously I get better scores there on that quest as well. And what I'll do is I'll just have a look for some helium. We have some chests in this section. The vast majority are I want to do that. That worked, but not as good as I wanted it. That was awesome. That was really good. That was probably the best knife kill I had in the game altogether. Where's the other one? He's hiding, I can hear him. Got away. Okay, that's good. I got him. I got him, so that's good. And then we'll see what... okay, so that's nearly there. 96 I've got, right? Oops. Right, so that... I have okay. And then I think it's on the other side. But as you could see, we do have this chest, and that's what I wanted. So just very nicely and slowly walk down there. So if you're running, you'll basically either bounce off or you'll slip, and therefore your effort will be in vain. Restart it from the beginning. And that's about it here with our helium. We do not have another chest in there, but there is another chest in one of the caves, so I'll go to one of those. The cave is up here. There is our friend. He's tackling all those enemies. Okay. And I'm not going to be interfering with his quest or his ideas. There, I think it is, isn't it? Yep. But you know what? It looks like he might have cleaned it up. Usually there is a chest in here. At the moment, it is vacant, which means somebody was there before me. It doesn't really matter. I'm doing all right. Oh, that was good as well. And unexpected. Missing it. Missing it. There is another one inside. Okay. Keep quiet. That's what I've got to say. I want to get some solid kills in here. There are lots of them in there. So I'll just wait until the grenade recharges. Alright. Nearly there. Nearly there. we are. You see, today I didn't collect that many. Probably 30, even less than 30, and I got 2 materials today. That's astonishing. So really, this looks like bingo. It really does. And what I do want to do is I want to complete it. So I'll do everything to complete it. I thought I was still going to be grinding it for at least 2 or 3 more days from, you know. It's quite good when you get proven wrong and the result turns out to be quite different than expected. Let's see, is there a chest? Is there a chest? There's a chest in there! I knew there was going to be one sooner or later. Helium filaments acquired. In this instance we just got 1 lot rather than 2. Okay, this is good, very good. I remember playing Gabriel Knight many years ago, and there's this character, she runs like a street market stall. And she says, good, very good. And she's asked, how are you doing? How's business? And she says, good, very good. Very like that. I really liked it, you know. Really thought it was very, very good. A very good game. Anyone remembers Gabriel Knight? And that's Gabriel Knight 1. A terrific game. One of the best of Sierra. Sierra was a very, very big company in the 90s. You know, Sierra were a bit like BioWare and Bethesda of today, providing us with many, many fantastic games of that era. And for anyone interested, just go to GOG, have a look, have butchers, you know, because they have lots of games from that period. Some of them aren't Sierra. Gabriel Knight is there, right? And SWAT. Police Quest. You know, Police Quest was the original SWAT. Played it literally from the beginning. 1, 2, 3, and you know, all the other ones. Very enjoyable. These were your original tactical shooters, my friends. You know, before we had The Division and Rainbow Six Siege and you know, that sort of thing. In fact, Rainbow Six, the original PlayStation 1, was a very, very good game as well. It was a bit tricky because you had to play all 3 characters simultaneously, and you had to be literally switching from one to another as you were progressing, you know, in a particular match on a particular section of the game, and that was very difficult because in fact you had to map out the strategy in your head and then apply it with speed. Actually, I remember doing, well, 2 of those very difficult ones were Metal Gear Solid 1 and Rainbow Six 1. They were difficult if you were doing it on the console at the time. Nested! That Shank just needs to keep quiet, that's all. And he needs to be eliminated. I think I got 2 of them. Still a bit more. That didn't work. You skipped it. Want my grenade to recharge. Survive. Why did he survive? Still one more material. Okay, let's focus on the materials now, because these are the ones that we want to be collecting. We want to make sure that everything is finished today. He did not expire, and we definitely wanted him to be gone. Alright. What I do want to see is if there is another chest in there. And indeed it is. There we are, another chest is ahead of us, and we are going to be collecting a few more helium filaments. One rather than two, alright. See, that was ridiculous. My own stupidity. My own stupidity. What I need to see is...
You see that?
Okay, so that's good because we are going to be able to complete our solo kills.
This could be better.
Looks like I missed it. Well, that's annoying. I thought I was there in time. Ah well. I apologize for this, my mic was switched off for a moment. I said that you spawn quite a bit and you get chests as well. So as you could see, I collected 3 of them in the same vicinity, so it's nice and easy for us all. And we'll go and have a look there. Because I didn't have a chest in there as yet. And frequently there is one. But then again, you know, there might be somewhere in the surrounding areas. So you have to be always carefully looking at whatever is out there. Right, I've seen this, but I'm just wondering if there's a chest somewhere semi-hidden. Because so far there were no chests in here. Strangely so. Waiting for my super. Okay, so I got that to 100%, so that's good. I don't need to bother anymore with that. What I do want to see is if we have any helium hidden. You know, in those buildings in there. I'm quite curious, maybe, maybe not. Let's see. Sometimes we have chests as well, popping up. No, nothing at the moment. Looks like there are going to be 2. So what is this? Oh yeah, I know. Alright. Jerry says, I find that trying different areas on the moon increases my odds of the right materials. Yeah, that's true, that's true. And, you know, my quest in here, I'll show you. My quest in here is basically essential elements and solubility kills. And I've got to be collecting helium filaments. Unfortunately, you don't have any sort of clear indication of how many need to be collected, because sometimes you collect 15 and amongst them you'll get like one very rare material, and I did have some days when I collected more than 100 and the game would not provide me with anything. But today, strangely enough, I collected I think 30 and I was already given 2 of those rare materials. So as you could see, I'm coming almost to the full completion. And this is basically, it's a part of my Raise Lighter quest, right? So I need to complete this and I'll get another bit. So it's a 6-tier quest, which I'm completing bit by bit. And I think every second one is a really, really long, lengthy, difficult grind. And this is definitely one of those, and I've already done it for a week. Although I have to say, on average, I would have done maybe 45 to 60 minutes per day of the grind. But today's been a bit faster than usual. The solubility kills were alright, but the materials were not. So that's the trouble. And we have some materials up here always. Well, in principally, what I've written in this article as a tip is, whenever you are in any of those patrol areas, just collect any materials and collect them as much as possible, because quite frankly, depending on what stage in the game you're at, you never know what materials you'll need. And there's nothing frustrating than acquiring really very good exotic or legendary weapon and then you're short of materials and then you can't really kind of enable the perks which have been unlocked. So I've learned that as I went along, and my community members taught me everything, you know, on what to do, and I've been just following instructions, and then I think, you know, some of the things literally became almost like second nature. And I'll tell you what these are. Number one is, before departing to any daily missions, I go and collect bounties. So the bounties are providing me with extra rewards. Secondly, I do a thorough inventory examination. I have a look at everything I've got, make sure I've got the best weapons, all the perks enabled, etc. But even more importantly, looking at the inventory with consumables. Because with consumables, as you can see here, I have always some that can be basically used, and at the moment I can be using, let me just see, where is it, this one, and you know, either seeds can be used in order to get some more glimmer. The trouble is, the glimmer here is already topping at 25,000, so I can't do anything but it. But it's just literally for the benefit of our newbie viewers. And you have blue polyphars. So if you are on Venus, whenever you're neutralizing the Vex enemies or those Minotaurs, you are going to be getting extra glimmer if you're using the blue polyphage. And this is obviously either seeds. You also have black wax for some of the enemies. So these are the three that can be used at all times. You get some which can be used for your Crucible. And then also anytime I go to some of the more difficult arenas such as Strikes, or indeed if I'm doing something on a hard difficulty level, I always have some supplies of ammunition synthesis for my special weapons. This is my arc weapons, and then also for my heavies. That is very, very useful if you're low on ammunition, and frequently I purchase these from Xur. You can purchase them in those blocks of 30, and let's say if you buy 5 of those from Xur, then you get 150 straight away. Is it 20 or 30? I can't remember now. I think it's either 20 or 30. And you know, you just beef up on them. You want to have at least 100 of those, and you can use them then at will. And obviously your rocket launcher and your saber are going to be very important when dealing with certain enemies. Yellow enemies, your saber, and the bosses definitely with your Galahorn or your Krota. So, you know, very important to have those. So basically the mindset is as follows. You are at a tower, you're doing your admin, you're preparing yourself for your daily missions, and then before you depart, you'll go to the bounty tracker, you collect the relevant bounties depending on what you're going to be doing, and you look at your consumables, and you obviously use some of those appropriately. For synthesis, you are going to be switching them on or using them once you are in the arena, once you get to your destination. Don't do it before. They're timed for 5 minutes, and then obviously if you are using them before, then they may expire before you actually manage to capitalize on them. So remember that. Very important. Once you get to your destination, then obviously turn them on. And sometimes if you're doing a Nightfall Strike or Silver Heroics, that may be very, very difficult, because you know what? The game knows that you are doing this, and the game will then send lots of enemies to kill you whilst you're just having a look. And if you have a bit of lag, you're slightly delayed, literally 2 seconds will be good enough for the bosses and the big enemies to destroy you. So worth keeping in mind. One more material I need. Right, so let's hope I'm going to be able to complete. As you can see, I've been already doing it for a little while, and it hasn't been that long. That's quite good. Quite happy that I didn't spend a few more days doing it. But I do wish to stress that I've been doing, you know, this quest in moderation. So I was not doing it for, you know, 6 hours plus, just like 45 minutes, and then we do the same thing on the following day. Eventually we get to it. And that's obviously for the benefit of all of our viewers and community members. We do not want to be making everyone very tired with exactly the same sort of repetitive activity. And I have to say that doing it from the moon is a bit like that, compared to Cosmodrome areas, for instance, where you get lots of champions and mages respawning and many enemies fighting massive big war amongst each other, and that really makes a big difference. That activity you can be literally pursuing every day, the whole day. Never boring, always exciting, you always get something new, and you're always, you know, fully occupied. Just coming back to Jerry, the reason I'm doing it always in this area, which is, I don't know, 20-30 square meters in there, it's quite simple, maybe 100 square meters. The reason is the materials are respawning here really fast, and you know, if you're walking in a circle, you're just collecting quite a few in no time. If you are traveling to other areas, then obviously it will be taking a bit longer. I think that's the difference. Yeah, all of us are there. That's expected. Well, let's just collect all of them. We'll collect them all. Let's try to collect them all. Come on. Let's hope that the algorithm is going to be kind, providing us with we got one extra material necessary for this tier to be completed. Like in here, we get some helium. We did. In good temper, speak to Lord Shax. My dear friends, I have completed this tier of the quest. I completed it. I've got it all. Look at this. Patrol the Plaguelands. Patrol complete. In good temper, incomplete. Right? So, what I do want to see is when I go back to my progress. Patrol complete. So that's a bit peculiar, because in here it says patrol the Plaguelands, patrol complete. Oh yeah, I know, I need to be scanning that anomaly in there. Okay, I've got that. And what we are going to do is we'll go to orbit and we'll go to Lord Shax, because you know what? We want to know what else needs to be done for our quest. So coming back to Captain Jack, I'm doing really well here. I completed that very, very lengthy grind. And I'm now going to my friend Lord Shax. He's at a tower. So buckle up, stand by, and then ready to proceed. We're going back to the base. Jerry says, cool ship. Actually it is, and you know what? I just acquired it prior to the mission, prior to the activity earlier today, and I got it from Cade, in fact. It's called Gloriola Jump. Look at it. Gloriola Jump. In fact, to be honest with you, although I like it, my preference is simply with Tereshkova. This is my favorite. And you might be familiar, you might have seen some fly pasts in your local area in Texas. I know that a few military bases nearby. It looks a bit like F-35, you know, the actual design. Not quite, but there is the element of it, so I quite like that. And it's a bit uncanny, isn't it, because this one is called Tereshkova, you know, Valentina Tereshkova, the first female in space. And we are talking about F-35s, which obviously are rather pertinent. And so I like them all, really. Lots of different ships. Look at it. Look at that one. High and flighty. High and flighty. Looks like an insect. And absolutely kind of green, creepy crawly, menacing looking type of appearance. And maybe I should be just, you know, changing a few of those from time to time. Troper's Gardener is a bit like a Colossus. Jerry says it actually looks like an SR-7-1 Blackbird. I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right. My first association was with F-35 because I watched the fly past, which was about the Buckingham Palace. We were celebrating 100 years of Royal Air Force last year, and that was astonishing. So we really had a wonderful opportunity to see them, you know, literally in air. And it was a wonderful opportunity because the squadron, as they were flying, they created the number 100 in the air. And it was 100 on the ground with the troops, and 100 in the air with, you know, with the jets. And that was really quite something. Quite something. Obviously, if you saw it in real life, it was absolutely phenomenal. If you watched it on TV, it was very impressive too. So really, thumbs up. It was really once in a lifetime experience. In fact, I attended many years ago, it's 24 years ago, Battle of Britain as well, and that was a reenactment of all activities in Biggin Hill. You know, the base where all was happening during the Second World War, and we had the opportunity to have a look at, you know, and I have some friends who are really your, you know, proper aircraft collectors and fans, and they were telling me all about them. I'm not one of those. I know very little about the tech stuff, and just like the appearances, I like the image, you know, that sort of thing. And I quite like Timeless Tereshkova solely for its appearance, nothing else. We have some chums in here dancing. We'll join them for a moment. We'll dance a bit. Let's see what they say.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Package for warlocks. Stop floating. Bad package.
Just worry about the products, yes, Venture. Leave the business part to me.
This was wonderful. I obviously created a clip. The clip is going to be on my Twitter. I always like meeting people who are using quirky emotes and indeed donning their lovely outfits. I'm always astonished by the quantity of unusual outfits. Look at this one, for instance, there. It looks like he's walking barefooted. Really, really very, very good outfit. I'm curious to see what mask he has. Similar to mine, I think. Right, let's have a look what our friend Postmaster has in stock for us. 1 engram. We need to go to Master Rahul. Good afternoon, sire. I have some very interesting finds for you, sire. Would you please kindly have a look and decode them for us?
One of your colleagues retrieved these from a fallen skiff. See what you think.
And Master Rahul says, "Indeed, my guardian."
Be sure you know what you're aiming at.
This is a sniper rifle. But I don't think these are of any significance. The weapons are a lot weaker to what we have. So you could see 385. Simply dismantle these, because really we want to keep just exotic and legendary in our vault, and indeed in our inventory. So that's all done and dusted. Right. Well, hang on. What I need to do is then to put back my tether, because I use my tether a lot more than this one in the strikes, if indeed that is what we are going to be doing next. But most importantly, I need to see whether we had completed any of those bounties in there. Not really. So that's all still to be done today.
Less messy.
Lord Shax is our next port of call.
Waker, light a fire, bar the door.
Are you ready, Oryx Slayer?
Good afternoon, sire. I brought you some interesting finds. May I proceed?
Good to see you, Hivebane.
Got something new for us. In good temper, tempered with soliton flares, the blade will drink in your solar light and draw strength from it. And I await material shipments from the city's foundries. Return to the next arms day, then I will be ready. And Guardian, come ready for a fight. So what do I need to do?
Well done.
Wait for delivery of arms day materials. Okay. So quite frankly, I don't have to do anything at the moment. I need to wait for Wednesday, I think. Does Jerry know? Jerry will probably know. Need to wait for Wednesday in order to get those materials, because they will automatically register. I think that's basically what needs to happen.
Go do what you do best, Hivebane.
I certainly shall, sire. Fear God, honour the king. Farewell.
What?
Want to see exotic weapon blueprints. Didn't get many weapons. I've seen some of our veterans having everything there. And look at me. Don't have that many. And what's in there? Legendary. Exotic armor. 1. Well, well.
There's
I
more
am
to it.
lagging behind.
Something brought them together.
In fact, what I do fancy at the moment is a bit of rest.
You want to buy?
So what I'll do is I'll go
Never truly over.
to the lower deck and then I'll dance a bit. Let's have some boogie. Do you guys know there is a lovely jukebox in there? It has all kinds of golden oldies for anyone who likes retro stuff. So when we go down below, that jukebox is going to be our oyster. And,
It's nearing the end.
If they come back, shoot them. Our experiments are
no, that's not it. That's the wrong section. What am I doing?
Never be enough guardians.
Well, they don't pay me enough to deal with all this mechanical incompetence.
See the shipwright for all standard craft upgrades.
Need a kid?
Well, that is annoying. Access ships. Okay, don't want that either.
Shoulder to the
From Commander Zavala. File accordingly.
Hello, are you here to join?
Have a good day.
So this is dead orbit.
Outbound Regulus preparing for launch.
See what's in there. I don't actually go down here very frequently. From time to time. Having a quick look. Yeah. Gone blind because indeed this is the right area. I did want to be there. I did want to be there.
I'd love to wear armor like yours.
We'll sit in here for a minute.
Where are you headed, Hunter?
No, that wasn't particularly good. That's better.
There are stories about you up here, Hunter.
Thank you most kindly, madam.
Do you have to do anything?
I will be heading to Mars, my dear sire, and we will be doing some very difficult strikes indeed. Fear God, honor the king. Farewell, my friends. So we've seen this, and if you're familiar, in here you can make yourself a cup of tea, have a bite to eat, and in here you can rest, you can meditate, you can be all by yourself, you can read some books, get some knowledge. And what we are doing at the moment is we're going to be playing some music. So let's boogie, let's dance to the underground.
Happy to help if I can.
There we are, we'll play a bit more. There we are. Danced a bit, enjoyed the whole experience a bit, and we are now going to be proceeding. Relaxed enough indeed. What was this? Relax the sea modes, okay. Enjoyed a bit of that boogie after doing those long grinds, and we have to wait for Wednesday, which in fact is going to be tomorrow, so it's pretty good. We actually completed everything on Tuesday, today, and once we come back to the tower tomorrow, Lord Shax is going to be having some extra materials and goodies for us in order to carry on with our sword quest. Okay, so let me think what we are to do next. I need to just consider that for a moment. We'll have a look at this beautiful scenic view. But I hate the fact that this ship is always landing in there and therefore prevent me from enjoying some moments of peace and tranquility. Happens very frequently. So, let's have a look at the inventory. Let's have a look at our progress. A sword reforged. It says Armsday alloys. Wait for delivery of Armsday material. So we'll keep this obviously switched on. Echoes of the past. we need to go to Arkham Keep. Okay, and we need to complete the anomaly scan patrol near Arkham's Keep. Anomaly scan patrol, we need to find it because I'm not 100% sure where the beacon is. So let that just have a look. Bear with us a moment. Right. Just bear with us. I want to find out exactly where the area is, and then we'll crack on. We'll get there. We'll find it. So that is anomaly scan patrol. I've got everything written in my diary and I just literally have to find the entry. As I was doing this a little while back on my other character. Okay. We've got some ideas. And Sekapupu is here. Hello, how are you doing, Sekapupu? Having a good day so far? Do you want to join us? Do you want to come in? I'm pleased to report that I completed that third tier of my Sword Reforged quest. I've just completed it. In fact, today, believe you me, for whatever reason, I was able to collect 3 special materials, 3 rare materials in one day, and I wasn't collecting that many helium filaments. Not sure what caused it, but indeed it seemed much faster than during the week. So that's been completed, and I have to wait until tomorrow until I get something from Lord Shax. He is going to be presenting me with some other stuff, and obviously he'll give us another quest. Sikapupu is asking whether you can join. Indeed you can. I'll bring you in straight away. Just bear with me, and I'll bring you in, invite you to the fire team, And you're being invited, so you are now in my fire team, and I'm also going to be sending you my party chat so that we can talk. There we are, chatting party. There we are. Chat audio switch to party. You should have received my invitation. If you accept the party, you'll be able to talk live on air, and then we'll decide on what to do next. I was thinking about that Arkan Forge, because apparently I do have one mission in there that needs to be completed. I need to scan the anomaly. Hello there, how are you doing? All good? Enjoyed your Easter? Was your Easter as good as mine? Yeah, I had a wonderful Easter. It started with Friday, you know, with all of those raids we had, and it's just absolutely wonderful throughout the weekend. We have very, very hot weather, summer weather in the UK, and it's been like this during the last few days. Like the weekend was absolutely tropical. It was 25, 26 degrees, just unbelievable. And it was very, very nice to be spending some time, you know, in the nature reserve and up and about, and thoroughly enjoyed it. Fully refreshed and rested, really, for all that is to come. But I'm very happy about the quest. The quest has been, well, the tier 3 has been completed today, so I have to wait for those materials to come in from Lord Shaxx tomorrow. And it's bizarre. It really is. I talked to Captain Jack and to Tonzak about this. You know, today I was able to collect 3 rare materials, the what's called silicon flares, in no time, and like during the last week it would be taking me forever. There was one day where I probably collected 150 helium filaments and still wouldn't provide me with one of those rare materials. So it's really bizarre, but I'm just happy to see the back of it. That's completed, and then we'll see what happens next. And I think what I need to do at the moment is this. Echoes of the Past, right? And it wants to basically complete one patrol in there, and that's the anomaly scan patrol near Arkon's Keep. I think we've done that before several times and other characters as well. You happy to do that? Because I'm quite easy. Yeah? Okay. No worries. Really? When did you get it? Yesterday?
Hello, this is K6 of the Vanguard. I realize this is an abuse of the Tower PA, but whoever took my Sparrow, I will find you. And you will wear
Terrific. Well, my article, Destiny, Bungie's masterpiece, has been published, so you can have a look. And I asked all of my community members, particularly our Destiny veterans, to have a look, read, and then tell me whether I omitted anything. If there's anything that still needs to be included, any facts or figures or anything, just let me know. Because it's a large compilation of lots of different guides, and it has everything on Destiny, you know, from trivia through facts and figures and the release dates to synopsis, story, characters, and some of my tips. Lots of illustrations and many videos in the video library, video documentaries on Destiny, and the, you know, promotional jingles and trailers that they've done. So probably the most comprehensive list of everything Destiny related video wise on the net, and it's just the official videos. It doesn't have any, you know, anything else. It's just absolutely focused on what Bungie did, what the intention was. And then also at the end there is a lengthy reference guide for anyone who wants to read more. So there are many, many different entries, as well as the story missions list, which I think is going to be very useful for anyone who would have played all 3 characters and perhaps didn't really soak up the story, because the story is non-linear, and they can just go through the list and play the missions in that order, and then they'll get to know everything. about the game and the narrative and all the characters and everything else. So yeah, I think it's going to be very, very useful. It's a very, very big article. It's almost like a book, and it's taken me a few weeks really to produce it, because every single title and name has additional links. People can learn about everyone, so it's very, very interactive, and I quite look forward to hearing the comments and views. Okay. Really?
Can't stop now.
The one with the anomaly scan you need to do. This one. Well, that's great. That's great. Because I guess you were playing your Titan most of the times, right? More than your Warlock or Hunter. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the beauty of Destiny. You can do everything on one character, and then you can start with the other ones. And in fact, I talked to Tonzak the other day, and I said to him, I was doing the article, and I realized that all 3 characters are humans, and I didn't try any other races. So what I'll do other races on Xbox. Have you tried other races, or were you also playing humans on all of them? You are. Is there any difference to the gameplay if you're playing Exile, or is it all the same? You're just a different character. I see. So it's cosmetic. It doesn't have any major game implications. It's just the character looks different, and yeah, because in Elder Scrolls, it's different, because if you are a different character, you are facing different kinds of challenges. So it's a bit more complex, and maybe I'll do it just for fun. If I create other characters, and obviously if I do Xbox streams, then be Destiny on Xbox, and just a variety. You don't have Xbox, yeah. Well, we'll see, because obviously if I've been doing all my streams from the beginning of this channel on PlayStation 4, and there's a reason for that as well. But I'm kind of cross-platform gamer. I play on all platforms, inclusive of Android and tablets and everything else. And the event I attended last week was really focused on that kind of thing, cross-platform play, and how people can all come in. And so we'll see what develops in the future. Because evidently the trouble is, if you're doing certain games on your channel, and you would have seen with other people, if they are strictly you're like a PC gamer or PS4 gamer, there's always the danger that some of the community members may not like it. But then it depends on how you actually integrate it. Do you know what I mean? It can be that the stream is somewhat shorter, and then you add on the stream from another platform, so people don't lose the continuity. The continuity is actually key. It's most important for everyone. You would have seen that we have a community in here on the channel that comes in almost every day, and they really kind of make new friendships. And the other day, for instance, with Brenton, he made new friendships with Matthias, with Tonzak, with yourself, and it's tremendously valuable to him, because he can attempt to do these raids in the future, ask you guys to come in outside of my broadcast, and that's all really that the broadcasting is about, making connections and interacting. So okay, you tell us whenever you're ready, and then we can crack on. Jerry just tells us PS4 rules. Well, I hesitate to say, because as a person who does everything on all platforms, I like all platforms. And as you know, frequently we get people debating Xbox against PlayStation. And I can assure you, Jerry, there will be a very, very fierce debate emerging in probably 2 months after we've seen the announcements on the new generation of consoles coming from Sony and from Xbox during the E3 2019. These new consoles are going to be introduced, and I'm sure there will be lots of people saying pros and cons, because if I understand correctly, the first next Xbox console to be introduced is going to be without a physical drive. So it's going to be digital alone, and with an ultra-fast proprietary processor created by Microsoft. Whilst PS5 is going to have a physical drive, and it will be backwards compatible. Right? Something that obviously Xbox already introduced on Xbox One. So let's wait and see what happens. But I agree, PS4 is an amazing piece of equipment. I love it, and I use it for literally everything. You know, watching anything that you want to access, be it your browser or your gaming, or particularly your other forums such as IGN app, Twitch app. Then you have YouTube as well, with obviously a phenomenal quantity of videos and data. And then also there are, you know, many other things such as watching Netflix, Amazon Prime, Amazon videos, as well as Mubi, or listening to Spotify. You know, the choice is infinite. So really, absolutely amazing piece of equipment, and I'm loving it. And I've been with PlayStation and Xbox from the day one. You know, when they launched those consoles, I've been with those right from the beginning. I know we have... PS3. Yeah.
This is beautiful. This is music.
After its release, yeah. Well, PS4 is much superior to PS3 in every way. But if there was one thing... You were able to import it through PlayStation Network. Yeah. That was innovative, because they have also, you know, they discontinued PS3 support services now on PlayStation Plus. They're no longer active, and what they've done is they increase now the virtual drive for saves on PlayStation 4 to I think it's 100, or is it even 500 gigabytes. So from having 20 gigabytes, they massively increased it, and that's very, very useful, because when you're saving the data, on, you know, the virtual drive, and then whenever you are going elsewhere, even for the new generation consoles, you're always going to be able to import the data, which is excellent, and that really is applicable for all games. Also, I'm not sure whether you're using the service with PlayStation Now services. It's automated, so they have about 700 games on the server. Any game you play automatically saves on the server, so there's absolutely no chance ever for you to be kind of missing out on your data, you know, or losing your saves. And that's tremendous, particularly for the big games like, for instance, God of War, or Elder Scrolls, or, you know, the games with a lot of data. And that's just absolutely terrific. But I think the downside of PlayStation at the moment, as it stands, is they are not backward compatible, and that is a serious thumbs down compared to Xbox, because Xbox realized that everyone who has a major collection of games spanning back the last sort of 10-15 years, they will want to use them on the, you know, current console. And with PlayStation, what they've done is they've introduced the same games, which have been, not all of them, but, you know, the top games, which have been converted for PlayStation 4 usage, and then, or PlayStation 3 usage, in fact, and then you have to purchase them again, albeit on a low price. We still have to buy them, and you know, that's not kosher, really. I think that's troubling. To be fair, lots of these games have been also remastered, so the picture and sound quality are much superior when you purchase them again. But I think the gaming community is not keen on doing that, unless you're having a major work done like what they've done with Halo, everything remastered, or, you know, the Resident Evil 2 remake, so to speak. So everything is new from scratch. So, you know, they'll have to learn, really. They're not that community friendly, and they've started with what was it called? Something like the state of play. That's right, the state of play. So they basically had a small program lasting about 20 minutes introducing all that is to come on PlayStation 4, and they introduced the new games and said what they would be doing now. But it just seemed very automated. There was just one person reading the script, and you watched like trailers. It doesn't have that degree of community interactivity which is present on Xbox, and they'll have to do something about it. because it's all about a community. People said maybe they have it in Japan and for the Asian markets, and they've not really developed this for us, but I'm not certain. And I think they really need to invest a bit more, because the way things are developing at the moment, it's all about connecting with new people. It's all about that, and it's creating new tools and new forums for people to get together. They were presenting a few tools which are still kind of in waiting on Twitch, and it's like Twitch proprietary tools. So you have, what's the game called when you are tossing cards? It's a very popular game, Hearthstone. And you can then click on the card, and then it will give you some description. It will give you something about the card or the story, the background. There's something happening which is very interactive for everyone to jump on. And then they're introducing tools so you can vote, or you can have like a forum on the side popping up, predicting what sort of team is going to be winning, how the action is to develop. And it's all about connecting with people and bringing them in and interacting. So if they're not doing it, Sony, then they're lagging behind. Although I think picture and sound quality, if you've got your standard kind of TV setup, are very similar. You don't really find much difference. PlayStation 4 Professional has a better processor, so the downloads are much faster, and it's 4K picture quality as well if you've got like the latest state-of-the-art TV. And with Xbox S and Xbox One X, it's also down to 4K resolution on your streams, but it's how to put it, it is not really necessary. The vast majority of people watch on 720, so good consoles though. I'm a great fan of either of those two. No preference as such. I can't say this one is better than another. I think it's just they're very good in sort of in different ways, and they can certainly be providing lots of goodies for those two different markets. Right, so let's have a look. What do? We crack on with that quest? You happy with that? Alright. Okay, just let me know when you're ready, and then we'll crack on. Oh. Well, I can't see them in here, so yeah, people keep sending me lots of invites as well, but that's because they're not aware of the fact that this is a broadcasting channel, because they can't see that on the game, so the thing is just like a game available out there, and there's a very, very big difference when you do that. Jerry's asking, have you checked out Stadia by Google yet? I have not, no. In fact, we had a couple of people talking about it last week, I think, but I've not been introduced. I've been sort of very much focused on the community development, because like I said earlier in the broadcast, this is a community-friendly, family-friendly, community-based channel. It's not about competition. It's not about collecting scores or being excelling in different types of skills, although it can facilitate that. Of course, it can provide links to top players, and we have some incredible top players here of Destiny that come here every day. But the idea is to be just finding the ways to which we all talk and get together worldwide. And we had this global raid team the other day. There were people from Australia, from Finland, from the US, from the UK, and it was really wonderful to be able to do that, so no, I've not really looked into it yet. But as far as consoles are concerned, obviously keep an eye out on all the inventions and the news coming to my desk, because obviously we are doing the stream on consoles at the moment, and we want to make sure that we are obviously all on the same page. E3 is going to be massive, and Sony are not participating. For anyone who's not familiar, they basically stepped out. They will be running another conference which is going to be going hand in hand with E3. I think it's ludicrous, but that's just the way they think at the moment. And they thought there was too much competition in there, I think. And you would have seen that during the last year when they were doing their presentations for The Last of Us 2, and they created a separate facility which is a massive big tent resembling the ones that are used in the game. And it was a very, very good presentation, but it seemed anecdotal compared to all the other things that other guys were doing. So I'm not sure what the idea was, you know. It drew a lot of attention, though. It was absolutely packed out with people. Everybody wanted to find out about the Last of Us 2. Obviously one of the best games on PlayStation 4. Also one of those proprietary games you can't play elsewhere. You ready? Okay. Jerry is saying that I think you'll find it very community oriented with the YouTube channel. I've heard about that as well. A couple of other YouTube streamers, people who are not doing it on Twitch, were telling me about this recently. And what I do is I have a tool which is called Restream, and then it's automated and it restreams through, you know, a large selection of other platforms. It's random, so I'm not sure where they're streaming and when and how, because anyone who's watching my stream on, let's say, Periscope or Twitter or elsewhere will then come to Twitch, because they'll see this as a Twitch broadcast and they'll engage with the community. But there are viewers in there as well. It goes through YouTube, I think, as well. But I'm not really familiar on the ins and outs. And the reason for that is quite simple. Twitch had become the leader in the industry. And I was considering also doing some streams on, you know, YouTube at the time. But considering that I've become a part of that group that is now attached to the European headquarters and our video gaming networks in London, and you know, I'll be very much sort of focused on everything that happens on Twitch. And I think the resources and the development team that they have is just absolutely outstanding. YouTube is owned by Google, and they will be introducing lots of different, you know, tools and gadgets in order to streamline some of the products and services. And as you know, YouTube is unbelievably massive as well. So it's just down to the preference, personal preference. Because the quality of interaction and also the quality of broadcast is almost similar, almost identical, you know. I don't find it to be much different. The difference with Twitch is that it's gathered within the last 3 years an unbelievably big community that is associated with Twitch alone. And you'll remember that some people were doing their streams previously on YouTube, but they all migrated to Twitch. And Twitch has also the achievements and other perks integrated. You got like your VIP members. You can be providing them with lots of different rewards if they are your regulars. And the big new thing that's going to be coming up, Sekopupu will be interested in this, is the leaderboards. They will be introduced in June, the leaderboards on every channel, which in fact can be kept private, or they could be accessed publicly. And the leaderboards will be presenting everyone with the top 10, 50, 20 or 50 or whatever, the most regular viewers of the channel. So one be able to see the stats of the viewership, meaning let's say a certain person was watching this channel for that many hundreds of hours. And I'm going to be having some rewards, of course, for those community members. And we'll, you know, we'll definitely create something new, also very, very community friendly. You know, a little while back, our younger kind of community members, the gamers, are very keen on receiving wallpapers or screenshots from certain games. So I would send them a selection of screenshots from, let's say, my gameplay with other guys, and as a tip, as a reward, or you know, as a kind of thing which they can take away from the channel in addition to all the participation. And I think at the moment we are looking at somewhat different system, something which is going to be a bit more advanced and perhaps very greatly appreciated by you know, those participants. We'll have to see what that is going to be. Some of my colleagues, they run kind of promotional. It's fairly commercial. I kind of prefer to keep it as community focused as possible at the moment. And any kind of donations or any kind of investment that were, you know, processed here on the channel were all voluntary, and they were all kind of supporting the existence of the channel. I've had some campaigns during the last 6 months, and you know, it was just an experiment. It was nothing else but that. And I think as the channel grows, we'll have, you know, many more subscribers and investments for certain. And people are usually very, very happy to participate in a forum where, in fact, you have like a walkthrough, and lots of our community veterans are providing that sort of facility here on my channel, meaning they're walking me through certain sections, and therefore it's easy to learn. And like Jerry asked early on, why is it I'm doing the inventory on my stream? Well, it's just because it's like a walkthrough, you know, it's just focused on what people will do. And every single day I get regulars, but many more new people come in and have a look, people who are still learning, and they come and go, you know, they'll stay for 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then they'll rewind and they'll watch this, you know, on Twitch or YouTube through the archive, and they'll find out really what was happening. So it's a very useful way of bringing in those new people. And indeed, when we are doing something more advanced, then obviously we focus on the firefights and the action, and that's just the way, you know, we do it here. Right, I'm ready. We need to go now. You ready? Excellent. So we can go to Cosmodrome, right? We go to the Playlands. The beacon is. Do we need to pick up a beacon, or we can go there straight away? We need to pick up. We need to pick up a beacon. Yeah, I thought so. The beacon's going to be basically the anomaly scan beacon, so that will be the right one. So we'll go to the Playlands. There we are. So just for the rest of our viewers, Boyseka Poop and myself are doing this anomaly scan patrol, and this is obviously part of one of our quests, and this is to follow. And after that we'll do some more difficult stuff, such as strikes and story missions, which are very exciting for everyone to watch. And I think recently we've had that always towards the end of the broadcast. We had like a couple of hours of those difficult activities in order to make everything exciting and enjoyable for everyone. Captain Jack was here early on, and he told me that he is in Destiny 2 doing, tell you exactly what. He said he will be around 65,000 after tomorrow, and he's waiting on Blind Well Lore. And he says he's at 65,000 at the moment, and it's quite difficult to get 70,000 score, because only about 2% of the overall players are having it. But as you know, Captain Jack is
there's a lot we don't know about the Plaguelands.
You know,
the
always
more
there,
we explore, the more
and
we'll uncover.
he
Let's
is
go.
collecting, you know, everything and progressing rapidly forward and grinding some of those sections really for many hours. I just remember what you said yesterday about doing it for about a year and then reaching 400 and doing it all by yourself. I always, you know, tell my community members and the viewers, the actual experience of doing this game by yourself compared to doing it together with the community is just incredible. It's almost like a completely different game, because all the input you get from the community members is so valuable. And am I going the right way? Where did you go? Did you go through? No, I mean is you've gone through that underneath of the bridge, yeah? Without engaging the enemy. Yeah? Yeah, I can see you, yeah. There we are. Titan is your favorite character in Destiny, right? Yeah, I think lots of people prefer Titan. Can't make up my mind whether it's Titan or Hunter. In my article I said the Hunter was my favorite character, but you know. Did you still go further up? Suddenly I lost you. Where did you go? Did you turn left? Okay. I'm gonna follow you. Where'd you go? Oh yeah, here, okay. There was one sniper in there, and I've taken him out now. Oh, there isn't. Okay. No, I missed you again. Where did you go? Are you higher up than me? Or... Well, okay, up here. Yeah, I can see it. Weird because I always have a difficulty in lifting my Sparrow when I'm going for those lava sections, you know? A trap. Oh, ramp. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Silly. Yeah, it is one with a square in the middle. Jasper Kitsune is here. He's saying hello. Hello, Jasper Kitsune. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for being with us here today, and thank you for watching my channel and supporting our Twitch community here. Destiny 1 community, that is.
Constant reports of aggression throughout this area.
I don't see you at all. Where are you?
And I'll owe you one.
Have you gone in? Okay. Okay. Over here, right? Okay. You think if we complete these that we'll find the anomaly scan? Okay. Because I think I've looked it up earlier. It's one of those with a small square in the middle. A rectangular thingy. The patrol, you know, the actual patrol beacon. You know the sign, the way it looks like, yeah? Jasper Kitsune says, I just got into Destiny late, and I'll come back another time. My connection isn't good. I'm sorry to hear that. Sometimes it can cause problems, and I'm very glad to hear that you indeed had acquired Destiny. And I can certainly tell you, Jasper, if you're interested, I'll give you the article that's been just published. If you're new to Destiny, the article is called Destiny Bungie's Masterpiece, and it's like a guide for everyone, you know, and you'll be able to learn a lot about Destiny. And there is a very large video library as well on video, well, with documentaries, video documentaries, and trailers and everything else. So I'll send you a link here. You'll be able to see it instantly. So just bear with us a second. and you'll be able to access it, and hopefully you'll be able to to use it. Hopefully you also find it to be helpful. We talked about it earlier today because it's my article that I worked on for a little while, certainly a good 3 weeks, and it has been published. So there's the article, you can have a look, and it's on my blog, which is called Gaming Dialogue 1. And Jasper tells me I still got no exotics. Well, the exotics come at the end. It's just a long grind, you have to level up, and then you get all the other things. I've lost Sukapupu. Just show me where you are, because I was talking to Jasper. In the same area where I am. Oh yeah, I can see you. Okay, cool. Coming your way there. Yeah, coming back to Jasper, I worked in this article for quite a while, and I think it's a really good guide for everyone who, is just joining our Destiny world and our Destiny community. And Jasper says, no, I've been playing it for a while, but just finished all the missions, and I'm just now starting to get legendary items. Yeah, the way it works, it is a bit like all the other games. As you're progressing forward, completing quests, story missions, and doing some strikes, raids, or anything which is special in the game, as you could hear from Sekapupu, if you are way above, or if you are on the level 25, it is likely you'll be getting some exotics. Yeah, so you've heard, Prison of Elders has to be completed, and it's obviously, it's best done together in a team of 3, because they have some very challenging tasks in there. So if you're level 25 and you complete your Prison of Elders, then you'll be able to access some of the exotic items that will be dropped, so definitely worth doing that. With my characters, I'm on kind of 390 plus, and I want to get to 4400. Jasper says, the main problem is I can't afford gold, so I can't do strikes. I'm level 40. You're on Xbox, right? You need Xbox Gold in order to access the multiplayer. It'll be very difficult, because this is your online multiplayer, and they've created, it's similar to Anthem. Well, Anthem is similar to Destiny in that respect, because they created the game to be done exclusively online. Obviously you can do it as a single player, but they want all the multiplayer activity to be taking place. And I guess what we can do is, actually I'll tell you what you can do. Keep following the special offers coming out of Microsoft. Frequently they offer subscription to Game Pass or Gold or any other as a part of promotional scheme for $1. So indeed, if you're waiting for the right moment, and if you subscribe or you get it on discounted rate, could be just for a month, for 2 or 3 months, then you can spend the whole month really grinding and getting the best scores. That's the best way forward. In fact, we have one member in our community, and Sekapupu will obviously know this person, Ipto from Norway, and Ipto is having the same problem, because the annual pass for PlayStation Now services, PlayStation Plus services had expired, and unless obviously the new one is purchased, i.e. the annual pass extended, then one can't access the multiplayer, and therefore Ipto was not coming in. Whilst previously we had Ipto here, on a daily basis, doing it together with us, and also enjoying Destiny 1. So, and I can tell you, Jasper, the way things are looking at the moment is that the entire industry is going down this route. Everything digital, everything based on subscriptions online, and maybe in the future the services like access to the server will be free of charge, because they'll invent something else that will be obviously charged for, but it's a bit difficult to predict. At the moment, it looks very much like all the other companies have been introducing these kinds of online multiplayer type of, well, access to the server subscription services. And Jasper says, I play on 360, so the discounts don't show anymore, and silver, but can be bought in game. Can't be bought in game. Yeah, the trouble with 360 is that they discontinued the maintenance, and they don't have any more regular updates or anything, and that is very troubling, which means, okay, whereby is it? Okay, but where is the event? I actually don't see it. Okay. Oh, over here. Okay. Oh, yeah.
This walker's been upgraded. Guardian down.
Happened to me yesterday a couple of times. There was something literally springing up as I was walking and firing off my rocket. You're going to respawn, you want me to respawn you? You respawn.
That's it. It's taking damage.
Where is it? The rocket.
Don't stop now. It's almost
Okay. And then I've got my rocket.
You can lead a walker to Siva, but you can't make it invulnerable.
Yeah, you bet. Well, I want to make sure that the rockets would have gone in and that the walker was destroyed together at the time when you were, doing it. And Jasper says, I'm stuck on a mission that wants me to do the Court of Oryx and it's so hard on solo. To be honest with you, I think Sekapupu will agree it's impossible to do it on solo. I mean, you really, if you are, true veteran, some of the champions there could be neutralized by oneself, like just with a single player. But then when you get to those ones which are coming at you in 3s and 4s, you simply can't do it. Because, they create the game for this kind of multiplayer element right from the beginning, as well as the community element. And I talked earlier today, in fact, and also wrote in my article about the community element being present here from the very beginning in order to learn. Because what they wanted to do, similar to Halo, was for people to learn from other community members who were in the game. And this is exactly what I've done here on the channel. I've selected Destiny for that reason alone. And everything I learned, Sekapupu could tell you. And it's my fault. I was going to be summoning the vehicle, talking to the other. Okay. Okay, we'll do that. No problem. Okay. And Jasper says, I have 3 of 6 of the weird light things, the champions, because I have only been able to kill 2. Well, I've done all of those missions at the Court of Oryx with at least 1 or 2 other community members. And in fact, I'm trying to think whether Sekapupu was with me or Tomzak the other day. For the first time in 8 months, we've had 6 people doing the Court of Oryx at the same time. And it was the most difficult champions, and we just literally walked through all of them because there were 6 people in there. And just the way the game's created. Were you there with me? Or oh yeah? Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's exactly where the benefit is when you have a number of people in there, because obviously the enemies will be zooming in on different players in the arena. It's a very, very small area, which means it's very difficult for the enemy if there are obviously more than 3 people. And I would absolutely recommend it to everyone to do it, if possible, like that, because it becomes easier. And indeed, I mean, if you do it for the first time, or if you're grinding it, or want to get scores, that's different. But if you want to be getting certain loot, then that's the way to do it, particularly if you're already at the advanced stage of gameplay, because it's easy, it's going to be completed, so no runes are going to be wasted, and at the end you're getting tremendous loot. So, I think there's no way around to this. Because it's a massive multiplayer online game, you probably will have to be purchasing the additional stuff. And similar to what Sekapupu said early on, I think you can save all the data on the server, and then you can upgrade to Xbox One. In fact, if you are considering it, I will urge you not to buy Xbox One before June, because once they tell the world that the new console is coming out on a certain date, the old Xbox One, not S or X, will become very, very cheap. You'll get it probably for less than $60 or $70, and then you can just use it as an add-on to your system. That's the trouble with the consoles. When they're introducing the new machine, it causes lots of problems, and we had the same problem with PCs in the old days. You had games that would not work on all computers. You purchased it, you paid £60 20 years ago, and the game wouldn't work. Yep. Okay. Just tell me when you get back. Just tell me as soon as you're back, so I know that you've rejoined. And Jasper Kitsune says, Blade Dancer invisibility is my best friend when I'm in the court of Oryx. Yeah, absolutely. Any major swords, the big ones, Raise Lighter, Dark Drinker, they are obviously the tops, and they can be used appropriately against certain types of enemies. So once you've done the court of Oryx quite a few times, you will know what weapon is most appropriate for what champion, and it's obviously then a lot easier at the end. And Jasper Kitsune says the prize for the mission is a Legend Sparrow. Excellent. Well, we are proceeding. I think Sekapupu does have this one. You have it, yeah? Legend Sparrow. Jasper said the prize for the mission is a Legend Sparrow. Do you have a Legend Sparrow?
Ready if you are.
Must be just a Sparrow which is legendary, right? Okay. Jasper Kitsune says I have the basic Legend Sword. Well, they're quite good, but once you get to Raise Light and Dark Drinker, then obviously these are a lot more powerful. And indeed, they rock. They destroy all the enemies with ease. And like Matthias usually says, some of these weapons are really a true game changer. And I talked in my article about, well, it's actually the section of the article dedicated to the new members of Destiny community, because obviously people consider where to buy Destiny, and I tell them the best thing you can do is buy Destiny the collection online and buy it in a digital format. And when you do that, you buy Destiny the collection online in digital format, you will get this special item. It's a very, very rare item called Spark of Light, right? So remember that, Jasper. Remember that, Jasper. If you're considering upgrading, buy Destiny the... Yeah, but I think it is particularly rewarding for a person who is, let's say, upgrading from the base game or so, to get everything at once. Do you know what I mean? Because they're purchasing Destiny the collection, and this reward is included. And he will obviously then get Spark of Light. Doesn't have to be paid for separately. And then if you're playing on a second character, let's say you're playing on Hunter, you're playing on Titan, what you'll get is the ability to increase your level from the word go, from the moment 1, from 1 to 40. So if you have a full armory stashed in the vault, if you have really good weapons, which are top-notch weapons, let's say on your warlock, you can immediately use all the weapons as you increase the light to 40, the level to 40. We obviously use that item, and the experience of the gameplay is going to be completely different, you know, because you are going to be fully equipped and more than ready and able to deal with those enemies. And let me just read the messages. A big pardon, because I can't see them on my screen. I need to read them from my other monitor. And once I buy gold, I'm going to get the Dread Spike or Dread Fang. I can't remember the name. Dread Fang it is, yeah. Is Spark of Light the stand? Is Spark of Light the ice stand level 25? Instant. Oh, instant. Okay. Well, there are different sparks of light, just like Sikapupa says, but basically, just don't, can I just ask you something? Please don't race. Do it slowly, because when I'm talking to community members, I can't actually, you know, I mean, I can't do everything at once. So just bear with me, because otherwise I have to be chasing you, and then the action might be off screen, and I want to be. No? Okay, so what will you do? No, that's fine. I'll follow you, because I want the viewers to see where the beacon is, because there might be people watching who want to do exactly the same. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. Did you turn left? Because suddenly I lost you. I did see you there, and then suddenly I didn't see you. Yeah. No, I can't see you again. Don't know where you are. No, I'm not inside. Okay. Just want to answer Jasper. Jasper's asking, is then Spark of Light going to be increasing his levels from 25 to 40? Well, if you don't think it would be, it works on the new character, does it? Yeah, and works on a second or third character. I know that. I've seen that when I was doing my Titan for the first time. So quite frankly, we personally do not think that this is possible with the Spark of Light that we acquired. There may be another Spark of Light that does this. You can have, obviously you can look into this, but the way it works is you sort of use it on the new character, and the new character then kind of increases the levels from 1 to 40, and that is then obviously very, very useful, because your gameplay is completely different. You've got the best weapons, and you know, it's just literally everything is enhanced and made easier. And your experience of the game is different, because some of the champions and the enemies that you see early on in the game that are really difficult and cumbersome and troubling, you know, become a lot easier to destroy.
Guardian, the city's put out bounties for enemies in the Plague Lands. Clear some hostiles to even the odds.
No? Okay, I'll wait for here, but just do come back. Don't sort of scrub off, you know. Come back here, I'll wait for you, because I'll talk to Jasper as well, whilst Jasper is here. Because Jasper's telling us that he has a bit of a problem with internet connection, so I want to make sure that every single question was answered immediately, because obviously the internet connection could cut off, and you know. And Jasper said, so someone told me you can only have a single exotic weapon and armor. That is correct. It will be just one. It'll be one per slot in terms of armor or your weapons. You can have one exotic for your armory and one for your armor, and 1 for your weapons. Therefore, just like what I said in my article, it's very important that you always have 2 weapons, legendary and exotic, of the same ranking per slot. Because let's say you're going to do Prison of Elders, you may need Raise Lighter, and you use the exotic, right? And what you want is, for some other enemy, some other weapon, which is the same strength but legendary. And then when you have both of those, you know, in inventory, you can easily swing, and that makes it nice and easy. So remember that, it's very important, because the hang on,
I'll let Shiro know we've thinned the herd.
Well, they just want to make sure that everybody's sort of thinking quite a bit, you know? Because otherwise, if everyone was overloaded with those exotics, then it'd be very difficult to neutralize certain opponents, particularly doing a PvP or so. Ah, these shanks are getting away. Look at that. I want to destroy them. I don't want them to get away. Once I destroy the shanks, I have it in for them. Anyway. All 3 have been destroyed. Okay. Did you manage to get anything? No, we didn't really get it yet. I just want to explain to our viewers, basically we are doing this very tricky patrol, and for this patrol we need to get a specific beacon in order to scan the anomaly, and this beacon is extremely hard to find. So we've been going back and forth, engaging different enemies, trying to do different things, because we want this beacon to kind of respawn or to appear somewhere, and unfortunately that's not happened so far. Jasper, yeah. As you heard, Jasper, there's a glitch in there, and it's quite hard to get the exotic from those blue engrams, and it's been happening for quite some time. There are some other glitches in the game as well, because they're not providing the same degree of maintenance anymore, and if you come across those, then just don't grind for too long, you know, just make sure that you carry on. You see what Jasper asked. He asked us something, and when I bought Taken King, it gave me an item that I used to get.
But the more we explore, the more we'll uncover. Let's go.
When I bought Taken King, it gave me an item that I used to get my Warlock to level to 25. The other part is very bad on 360, and there's no one in the Crucible, so I can't do those missions. I have been farming the Black Garden with 3 coins, trying for an exotic. Well, I think you will really have to be getting to the level 40, you know, and once you get to level 40, many other things are going to be unlocked. Otherwise, doing it to level 25 is going to be difficult, and you know, it's going to protract it. It's going to take a long while, and some of the things you will not get. I mean, as you know, they were doing year 1, year 2, year 3 kinds of releases, and they were changing the game, and also making sure that the DLC, particularly the Taken King, was changing the entire structure of Destiny. So I think if you are to be playing anything which is still kind of year 1, year 2 related, you will get a very, very different type of content. And therefore I said that the collection is the best. Somebody else was firing at me. And Anisuasuka Pupus. There's some other people in here. Where did you go? Did you go back? Yeah, it's very hard to find, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, I'm coming there. Just increase your mic volume a bit because I can't hear you too well. So let me see. I'm going inside, or no? I can see it now. Yeah. I can see that. So go all the way around and then... No, I've just come to Archon Forge now. You're not inside, are you? Or are you? You're inside. Okay. Do I still go around? Or... Yeah, I frequently get lost in here. I've been here a million times, but I get lost. I'm coming, so I'll be there in a second. Nearby. Yep. You're up here, aren't you? Yeah. Just hold on a second. He was still asking me something. Just bear with me a second. Jasper was asking me again. The other part that's bad on 360 is that no one's doing the Crucible. I've been farming and kept that. My hunter is level 40. Well, if your hunter is level 40, then obviously if you play your hunter, then you'll be able to do some of those things which we were describing early on. And Jasper says he needs to go, so we shall also say, well, thanks very much for coming, and thank you for being obviously a member of our community, and, you know, come back again, we'll talk again, and if you need any tips or anything, what you can do is you can always approach our community members through my Twitch channel, or you can write directly to my blog, and the blog is a new social hub for all of our community members, and I'm quite certain that with the big article, which is basically going to be the backbone of my blog, Destiny, Bungie Masterpiece, lots of community veterans will be making some comments, and therefore you'll be able to approach them directly. So remember that. It's a good way of connecting with others. Thanks for coming, Jasper. Thank you for being with us, and we are now going to be focusing on some action. Okay, so let me see. Where do we need to go? Okay, the beacon is here, so everyone
energy source deep below the plague lands.
Remember this. Remember this area. Just don't go anywhere. Stay there for a minute. I just want to make sure that everybody would have seen. Basically, before you get to Archon Forge, there's this sort of structure, and the beacon, as you've seen, is down there. Basically, there at the bottom of the structure. And that's the beacon for this anomaly scan. So you need to collect the beacon. Don't go inside of the Archon Forge without the beacon, because obviously the missions are not going to kick off. And you collect it and then you proceed. So this is what we're going to be doing. Weird, but your character appears to be much faster than mine. Oh, that wretched wizard in there. Yeah, I love this weapon. This weapon's very mighty. The one you have. Back spindle, yeah. There's a glitch. Where? Oh, yeah, I can see. It does happen frequently, though. You get sometimes with various characters and enemies, they sort of float, or they're halfway through the wall and that sort of thing. Well, actually, it's not that frequent, but you get it sometimes. We got that in The Division. Do you remember when we played it? And I was playing it with another community member, and there was this character, the enemy. He was halfway through the elevator, and then we had to neutralize him. It was like a serious glitch in the game, and we just kept firing at the bit which was visible, and it took us for at least half an hour to chisel it off, and eventually it worked. It was definitely a massive glitch. So similar to this. Do you know what I mean? It's similar to that shanking there. If that shank was to be destroyed, it wouldn't take full damage, and you would just sort of come closer to it, and then, you know. Yeah. Well, you know, they're not doing any more maintenance on the regular basis. From time to time they do it, and then that's probably the reason. Yeah. Yes, I do, yeah. Kreuter. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've got Kreut. Yeah. No. I've got the... No. It's probably, together with Galahorn, the best rocket launcher there is. And we'll use it... No, we'll use it on one of those walkers. If there's a walker down here, we'll use it. Because generally, any time I'm attacking walkers, I use rocket launchers. That's the usual. What was that? A grenade? It just exploded. Oh, look at him, just walking up and down, bouncing, and... There you go, they're all on the plate. 3 of them. I hate those invisible ones, they're a real menace. Yesterday we had that massive big invisible champion, you remember? He was so hard to kill. I don't think it matters. Yeah. You got him. What was that? Oh, that. Oh, yeah. That's the weapon in there for him, really. No, he was too close. He was on my tail. That's why I've done it, you know. I wouldn't melee him otherwise. And I couldn't reload my gun. Oh, there's the walker. Okay. I remember doing this several times. You know what, I'll hide in here for a minute, and then what I'll do is I'll put my heavy on, my heavy armor synthesis. That's gonna help me with my rockets. And okay. The strategy is if you stay here, I'll go on the other side, and what I'll do is I'll throw some grenades at him. And then I'll rocket him as well. See this? That. Okay. He's just almost gone. The walk. Don't worry, he'll be gone in seconds. Really? On the walker? No, I'm alright. I still need to... what is it? My heavy ammunition looks like it's gone. Put my heavy on, but all of them, the bullseye, all of them are bang-on shots. But I tell you what, I'll change my secondary. Just wait a second, I'll change my secondary to my fusion rifle. You destroyed him, yeah? Okay. Well, all the rockets went bang on, you know, so there was no major problem. They were hitting the target, and he was hit, well, all of his 4 legs. Hang on, scan environment, I need to do that. Talk to Saladin,
This crest is from one of the lost
the Iron
Lords,
Temple.
and it's radiating light energy. Faint, but enough to disrupt the patrol network. Saladin will be happy to see this.
This one. We'll go back to orbit now, hang on. We'll go to Lord Saladin. Or do you want to do anything in there still? So just for the benefit of our viewers, we are doing this quest, and this patrol was very, very hard to find. We've gone back to orbit several times before, and eventually we discovered the anomaly beacon, and we completed. We destroyed the walker, we scanned the anomaly, and now we are going back to Lord Saladin, and we are... where am I going? We are going to be talking to him because he is going to be providing us with future quests. So let's have a look. So we're both hunters, aren't we? You're also on a hunter for this one. I'm quite curious to see how this works in Anthem, because they said the teams had to be diverse, you know, and they prefer the teams that will have 4 separate suits in, but they're having lots of trouble with the tech, because they were to release new content in April and they haven't released anything yet because of all the glitches and problems. So really troubling all that's happened to them, and I just wish them the very best of success, you know, because Anthem is a fantastic game. It's just not properly unfinished. They released the game before they really sorted everything out, and this is, you know, commercial disaster. They're already selling the game for, you know, half price, and I think in no time it's going to be sold like for a few pounds. So really, obviously not the publisher, but I've seen already it has gone down from £50 to £30 here in the local kind of CX the computer exchange shops that we have in Britain, and that's a good indication. I think Amazon's already selling at 35. I've seen Tesco's and all the superstores are also offering it on a reduced price, which is very much of concern. Anthem was to be one of the biggest games of the decade, and probably it will be in due course, but we are not there yet. Right, so we need to go back to Lord Saladin. Look at this, loads of different people here we need to talk to. So we'll speak to Lord Saladin first.
Well met, Guardian. What do you have? Do you know what this is? The Iron Lords once wore these wolf medallions into battle. This is a sign.
Nor have I. But they discontinued, I think. Yeah. Which means you can't get any achievements on it as well either, or anything else. Yeah. Well, that's the trouble when they change course, and lots of people complained about this, not just to do with Destiny, also with other games. And I think in due course this may look different, and it's very likely that the publishers like Bungie will be reintroducing everything at a later date once the tech becomes cheaper to what it is today, because for them the cost they have to be having for the maintenance is phenomenal, and therefore they're always looking at the number of people in the arena. I'll give an example. We were talking about Apex Legends and the fact that it was beating Fortnite and all this, but they observed that during the last 2 weeks there has been a very major drop on the people viewing and playing. So it does say that there is something happening in there where people are getting probably saturated with the activity, and it's a serious threat obviously for the company Respawn if the first season is not kind of paying off in a fashion as they imagined. And I think eventually we'll have everything in this sort of online open world, and it will probably quite easy in the same way as it is today to get Xbox X and you have backward compatibility. Let's say you pick up your Mass Effect game for £1, you stick it in and you get the updates to the server and you play it straight away. Do you know what I mean? This was unimaginable a few years ago. Nobody could even conceive the idea that the old game could work like this on a new console, and that's what's going to happen with these games as well. So I think if we are patient, in the same way as people from Halo, community were patient, we'll get to it eventually. Halo is being released for PC later in the year, and they're introducing all the old gamer tags from Xbox Original for everyone to be able to use again. So for the first time in 10 years, and I think it's absolutely terrific. It's really in tune with the community needs, and the patience will pay off. Look, Ludovic is here. Hello, Ludovic. How are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching the channel. And Ludovic is saying hello. It's Sekapupu and myself here. We are doing one of our quests. We've just gone back to the Iron Temple. I am talking to Lord Saladin, and we're also discussing some of the issues which were popping up here through our community activity. And Ludovic says, I'm very good, and how are you? We are wonderful. We had a wonderful, wonderful Easter weekend. A lot of community activity on Friday. I had a lengthy 12-hour stream with sort of 6 hours of raids, which I think was probably the most successful broadcast I had in 6 months or 7 months of existence. All very good. Also beautiful weather up here in England. We had rather summery Easter. The temperatures were exceeding 25 degrees Celsius. So everyone up and about was literally walking around in this, swimming trunks and shorts and t-shirts, loving the hot weather and enjoying those 4 days of rest. Let's see what our friend Lord Saladin says. Well met, Guardian. So what do you have? Do you know what this is? The Iron Lords once wore these wolf medallions into battle. This is a sign. Wolves also adorn the storied Galahorn missile launchers. These were weapons of great power, worthy of an Iron Lord. It is time you forged one of your own. Speak to Tyra Khan, and she will set you on your path. So, just like what Sikapupu said earlier on, we are doing the Galahorn quest, and for anyone who's not familiar, Galahorn is the best rocket launcher in the game, together with the one we acquired the other day, which is called, what's it called? Crotus rocket launcher, right? It is called, I can tell you exactly, Hunger of Crota. Hunger of Crota and Galahorn are the best ones. So we are going in. I need to speak to Tyra Khan. She's over here. Let's see what she says.
Consider my knowledge at your disposal.
For all of your hard work, Guardian, you're getting some artifacts. The token you hold gives you the choice of the artifacts I have today. If none catch your eye, you may hold onto the token until I have other artifacts from which to choose. Complete quest.
There is great power to be had when
Iron Lord's Legacy I got. Have you got that one?
Use this token to claim an artifact.
Iron Lord's Legacy. I have. For Winter and Scorian, I've got those, yeah.
Okay, then take the module of Sealy Marker. As you can see, it's for PvP.
Okay, I'll have a look at that in a minute, but she's given me something else. Beauty in Destruction. Talk to Tyra Khan. It is time to let the past guide our future. Lord Saladin has asked me to help you forge a mighty weapon. A powerful new Galahorn for a new generation of Iron Lord. The Galahorn is a weapon steeped in tradition. To do justice, seek a challenge to the site of the Iron Lord's last battle. Find more of the medallions worn by the Iron Lords, then return them to me. So the quest is us collecting medallions. Right? So we are going to be continuing.
The Galahorn is a weapon steeped in tradition. To do it justice, seek a challenge at the site of the Iron Lord's last battle. Find more of the medallions worn by the Iron Lords, then return to me.
Understood, madam. Indeed, we shall follow your instructions, and will proceed indeed with caution. Fear God, honor the king, and farewell. So I'll follow Sikapupu in this quest. You'll be able to tell me what these are, but just bear with me. I need to be decoding some of those engrams in there.
If I could use it, I would keep it. Take care of it. There aren't many like it anymore.
It's possible that I will remember, but we'll have to see.
Have use for armor anymore.
So let me see.
I think you use the like what's it called, like a tutorial on like you watched a tutorial on how to get these medals last time when you did this.
Really? I watched a tutorial? You certain? I might have done. I think it's likely I've done it with Matthias, because I don't recall watching any tutorials at all for Destiny, because the idea, of this game being brought to the channel was because it is entirely based on the community activities. So what I've done. No, just saying, the idea from the beginning was to bring in other community members in order to kind of do things together and learn, and therefore the channel is so interactive. I mean, you've seen there's a selection of probably about 20-30 people who are here all the time, and we are always talking, coming in, discussing things and finding different ways of doing it. And sometimes I even remember different things, but I still go through the motion. and the guys are explaining everything because this is so popular with the kind of new gamers and people who are still learning about Destiny. You are getting at the moment lots of people who bought Destiny 2, were grinding it and doing it, and now they want to find out what the original was about, you know. So you have them coming in and say, oh, we've done Destiny 2 Forsaken and we're doing the seasons, but actually we are quite curious about the original because we've not done it before. And it does happen sometimes, and you know, that's obviously the reason as to why I keep going back to it. And I have to say that the best way of learning is simply by building a community and then learning. And you've seen yourself when discussing with Matthias knows everything, and it's so useful to get some tips. And indeed, whenever he has time, he comes in. In fact, he did help me a few times at some very, very early hour, where he actually got up at 5 o'clock in the morning in order to help me with something, because the time difference is, I think, 7-8 hours back. It's just absolutely extraordinary. The knowledge and the community input has been of the greatest possible value to myself personally, but also to all the viewers and other broadcasters. Coming back to what you said, I did pick up that Iron Lord's banner, or whatever it was, Iron Lord's Legacy, and now I can, I guess, purchase one of those. But actually, it tells me that for Memory of Jolda or for Memory of Silmar, I need attunement to equip. So I need to do some attunement first. I do have Memory of Scori, so I don't need that one. But Memory of, Silimar is the one you recommended. Why is the Memory of Silimar very good? Arc Resonance. Oh, that's very good. Yeah. Makes you burn resistant to a degree. You're suffering a lot less damage. So it's almost like having your own modifier, isn't it? Because once you've got it enabled, you are getting a lot less damage. So that's very useful. And what's the other one? The third one? The third one is Memory of Jolda. Memory of Jolda, Arc Accumulator, Fallen Breaker. Melee attacks generate orbs, and arc melees generate orbs. Increased discipline. So of course the other one you mentioned is a lot better because it can be used in PvP with some success.
I'll be here when you return.
Okay, so we've got this. I've gone the other way. I don't need to go there. But it looks like she still wants to talk to me a bit, or not. No, someone else. There is Shiro, probably.
Wouldn't you agree?
Or is that... No, it is a Postmaster. Postmaster's got something for me. Let's see. 1 engram. And I have to go back to Tyra now, which is a bit annoying. But we'll do this as fast as possible.
In the Dark Age, I lack the audacity.
Tyra's
Where
here.
have you been, Hunter? Let it lead your curiosity far.
Certainly, madam. It will lead my curiosity very, very far. And we've been scanning the dreaded anomaly and successfully completed the mission.
Thank you.
So I've got the Fear God, Honor the King, madam. I shall be back after another battle. Where is it? We've got some weapons in here which are not useful. And need to get rid of them ASAP. 390. That was very funny the other day. It really was. And we all sort of completed that in no time, thanks to Matt. Well, these are the activities which are created for the major community input. You know, the idea was to get people together and then do it for fun. And I just regret that some sections, in the section we have a jukebox in there. I think not many people use it, but it's ideal to be kind of showcasing different emotes and different kit. And you know, the idea is you come in there, you rest a bit, you turn the music on, you dance, and you put kind of different cloaks and masks and everything else on, and you find new friends. Although I have to say, not many people are streaming Destiny, or many people viewing Destiny on Twitch. If you are looking at the volume of gamers to the trackers, like Destiny Tracker, the volume is staggering. You still have, you know, hundreds of thousands of people playing Destiny every day, and it's just that they're not going to the stream. You know, they do different things, and you don't really see them as much. So, and the most popular section of Destiny at the moment is, do you know which one? The Crucible. The Crucible is most popular, and apparently lots of people are doing it, and I think the fact we think that no one's there is to do with the fact they're not providing the maintenance. Do you know what I mean? There are lots of people doing it, but they don't have many rooms and spaces where the certain activity or the repetitive activity could be placed, because a bit like the social space, if you had 10,000 people want to come in, they can't come in into that same space, and they'll have, let's say for instance 10,000 of those, and you can place maybe 50 participants in that social space. So do you know what I mean? They'll need to open several thousand other rooms where the same thing is happening, and they just cut down on the number of rooms, and therefore we're just waiting to be allowed access. It's ridiculous, but that's just the way it is. So it isn't that people are not doing it, it's just that there aren't rooms allowing us to come in, and it's taking forever. Alright, so I've done this, and
Tyra can ask for whatever she wants. One does not.
Yeah. Oh, look at the wolf. I nearly went backwards. So look at that. Yeah. This is a bit tricky. Hang on. No, I was thinking it right, but I think... Okay. And that... No. Oh, yeah, I can see it there. Ah, go away. I hate that jumping. Wait a minute, I was doing perfectly okay until now. What's going on? Okay. This one is tricky. See that? Because you also, I think, had difficulty with this one. How do you get up there then? Because it doesn't seem to work on the controller. It's exactly the same, but not allowing me to jump forward. See what I mean? Bouncing off. This one, okay. Hold on, I think I was I caught you in the air. Oh yeah, okay. Now I've got to be extra careful not to really repeat the whole thing. Yeah, I'm collecting it from here, I got it. Collected, yeah. We don't have to go back to Tyra. Did you see that wolf in there? See that wolf in there? It's really quite weird. The wolf is like really high up. You can see it on my stream. This wolf is yawning and looking at me. It's quite weird. I want to take a screenshot of this because this wolf is like really properly hidden. Okay, so let me see. She asked me, can you see that wolf? Oh yeah, it jumped up there. That's it, yeah. Yeah, but the wolf's not going to react if you kick him, I think. He is just minding his own business. Let me see what the tasks are. Progress. We have... oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 medallions. Yeah. You know where these are? Not all of them, yeah. I think I've done them with Matthias, these ones. I think I did. Was there anything else for us to do there at all? Nothing. There was no one else for me to talk to in there. I don't think. So the Shira wants to talk to me anyway, because I've seen quite a few people who were highlighted with purple.
To finish what the Iron Lords began.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. So what do? We go back to orbit.
In the Dark Age, I lacked the audacity to dream of peace. This temple was...
Where shall we go? Okay, because in there it says collect iron medallions, where is it, at the Iron Temple and Cosmodrome on Earth. So actually there may be other medallions there at the Iron Temple, right? This is the only one. Felwinter Peak. Site 6, Forgotten Pass, Joan Husk, Bunker, Lord's Arkham's Keep. So they must be all on Cosmodrome hidden in there. I will do that some other time. It's no problem. What we'll do is we'll do something exciting and something interesting in order to wrap it up. And like I said, I'm easy. We can go either to weekly story or we can go to Siva Crisis, whichever you prefer the best. Okay, the weekly. Okay, the weekly. Yep. Okay. Okay, so let me just see 395. Okay, I'll put that sword on. What's annoying is on that sword, I'm only 390. Well, actually, to be honest with you, I've got the Warpath rocket launcher. I don't really need that rocket launcher. Do you know what I mean? Because that Warpath rocket launcher, because I have Kreuter and I have Galahorn as well. They're a lot more powerful. So I think if I increase my sword to 397, that would be pretty good, don't you think? So I should keep the Warpath. 397. Now the Warpath is a rocket launcher, and it's obviously 397 attack, and my soul sword, which I'm using a lot, is 390 attack. So that rocket launcher has, you know, 7 attack points up, and I want to be increasing my soul edge to 400, or, you know, this is obviously bringing it to 397. Sword quest. Tier 4. I completed tier 3. I need to come back to Lord Shaxx tomorrow. Well, at the moment, the instructions were to wait for delivery of Arms Day materials, which is going to be tomorrow, I think. So I need to wait for that. No, but I'm just thinking what weapon to use, therefore I've gone in there. Do you know what I mean? Because I use my sword usually there. Alright. So for the benefit of viewers, Sekapoop and myself are going to be doing one of those weekly story playlist missions, and they will be delivered on hard difficulty level. We have 3 modifiers: Brawler, Guardian melee damage is greatly increased, so we can use melee a lot. Void Burn, void damage from any sort is greatly increased. And enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive heroic. So actually they're not really too terribly modified. Shaba's here. Hello Shaba, how are you doing? How are you doing, sir? Long time no see. Good to see you. Shaba says, hello stranger. How is it all going? Tell us about Anthem. I know you're playing Anthem. How is it going? Are you doing it together with iGoose? Are you having a lot of fun? Because iGoose told me recently that he was playing Anthem and was loving it, despite of all the technical problems and glitches and all the trouble, which is persisting, unfortunately. Still no extra content on Anthem either, which was to come out early in the month. And Shaba's asking, how have you been? I've been splendid. Had a wonderful Easter weekend. We had some of the best community activities on Friday with 6 hours of raids, lots of veterans and community members joining us, and a thoroughly relaxing and, you know, very enjoyable Easter weekend. So I can't complain. Can't complain. It was my first Easter weekend done in broadcasts, and you know, so it was pretty good.
It only took one blast from the Dreadnought.
Yep.
When you're through, it'll never fire again. Just don't forget to plant the transmat link so other Guardians can land. Not everybody's got stealth tech and a ship that smells like hive.
There we are, proceeding to Dreadnought. It's the first mission on Dreadnought, the one that unlocks the whole neat area of the game.
Myself. Probably just Saturn's radio storms running interference.
It's malfunctioning.
Did you break my stealth drive?
You think they can see us? I think they can see us!
There we are.
Everything all right?
Right.
Why wouldn't we be all right? We're just stuck here with no ship and no transmat zone.
Great. Told you my stealth drive would work.
Shaba says that sounds great. Indeed it was. It was a wonderful weekend. I love my broadcasts, particularly the one on Friday, and particularly in with the fact that it was a follow-up to what we had on Wednesday, and I attended the
I'd like to tell you the
Twitch Developer Tour 2019. The guys came from the US to present us with the novelties and everything Twitch related, and we talked a lot about you know, community and connectivity and all of the things which are present here on my and other channels, and it was very, very good indeed. Right, so let's see, what do we do? Okay, I've got my weapons in it. Okay, is the app working now? App is working, is it? Yeah, sorted it. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, just coming back to Shaba, I want to say that we had a wonderful day on Wednesday when we talked to some of those top Twitch developers and executives who introduced some of the latest state-of-the-art stuff which Twitch is going to be introducing to all the viewers and community members. And we talked, you know, a lot about everything that's happening currently on Twitch and other affiliated channels. And it was very exciting, very interesting, because the entire discussion was focused on community and interactions. And they're doing everything possible, working 24/7 on enhancing that as much as possible. So having that Friday where our community here on my channel was so busy and so engaged and so productive was tremendous. And we did everything that I described to the guys on Wednesday, and I just loved it. And we, you know, kind of immortalized it by doing some clips. We have some wonderful selfies, and everyone interested can just have a look on my Twitter. You'll see the selfies in there. And we basically had a wonderful day of raids. For me, it was the first, sort of my first big experience of Destiny raids. I've not done them before. And doing it together with 5 veterans was certainly the best possible experience I could have. So, you know, I like taking lots of screenshots of my activity, and all of those are then posted on my Twitter. So anyone interested, just always have a look on Twitter. You'll be able to see lots of those there. And some of them will also come to Instagram, but Instagram is more kind of concerned with concept art and you know, animation and various. So I like to keep 2 different types of activities on Instagram and Twitter as separate as possible, i.e. providing a different type of content. And we have well, quite a few clips and many screenshots on my Twitter. I guess I would need to be also uploading a few more, and I will indeed be doing that in the future. Many screenshots of, well, lots of different activities on my PlayStation 4 hard drive. Alright, you got everything sorted? Possibly. I think, well, I jumped and I bounced, which means I died. Let me see, I think I collected these with Matt. I'm quite certain. The last raid, the one we haven't done. King's Fall. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that one next time, once we get the guys together. And we'll be able to also do Wrath of the Machine and, you know, go to the same again and again. Obviously I'm familiar with the in-game dynamics after doing them once, so it makes it a lot easier for myself. I mean, obviously you could have watched it on YouTube, but it's a lot better to learn from your community members. I've looked at the stats on Destiny Tracker, and for the raids they were incorrect. For all of us, they were not correct stats for some reason, don't know why. Which is really bizarre. Alright, let's crack on. You've gone invisible now. Can't see you. Let me just grab my heavy. I want to recharge my sword just in case. Let me see. Let me have a look. But no, don't go invisible. I want to see the sniper. So just tell me, what is the sniper? Let me have a look. And you got that sniper after completing one of the raids? No? Because I can tell you the sniper I've got here, in addition to my devil, is Tahuahuan. And then there was another one that I've also put in the vault. And Matt told me that it's the best if I keep these, because they're very useful for different types of situations. I'm quite happy with my devil. I think devil does the job very well for me. So that's Devil's Dawn. I'm also happy with the Darkblade Spite, you know, the fusion rifle I have. I just need to increase it to 400. So all good. So you prefer the one you've got to Devil, do you? Why is that? Why is it so much better? Can I just tell you, Matt was showing me also some Calcifer fragments which are in here. But I don't remember now where they are. How many have you got? 45? Not an hunter. Yeah. Okay, let's carry on. Let's just forget about those and we'll do whatever is necessary here. Do you have this fragment which is here? I just by chance stumbled on it. I mean, I've not seen that one before. That's purely by chance. I was literally hopping around. Did you know that this one was here? Oh, you did, yeah. There we are. And if I wanted to see how many Calcifer fragments I have, are they displayed anywhere? Because they're not in the inventory. Oh, it's there. It's there. Let's see. Record book, Competitive Spirit. Age of Triumph. Rise of Iron. Which one is it? Competitive Spirit, is it? Or Age of Triumph? None of those. Because Age of Triumph has lots of different ones. So Be the Wall. Titan Milestones, that's not the one. Who Walks Alone? No, that's right. It's collections, it's here, yeah. Life is Fleeting, Acquire Ships. Made in a Shade. Shade is collected. Outlandish Arms, Exotic Weapons. Okay, so the most toys, collections, milestones, Outlandish dress, acquire exotic armor, acquire emblems, slings and sparrows, No, I've looked at it. So I've got collections in here. So what was the one? Is somewhere else? Collection. A Wanderer. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. 22 dead ghosts and the hunter. Sleeping echoes. Dormant Seaver. Echoes of the darkness. Oh, I have 16 out of 45 on hunter. I think I must have been doing them on my Titan.
Any luck with the weapon?
We've only scratched the surface of the dreadnought.
Hive keep vital operations
Okay,
deep
so where are
in
you?
the core of their architecture. You're gonna have to get your hands dirty.
Yeah, don't race, you know, because people want to see what's happening in here. I'm coming your way there. I need to be jumping there again. That's so annoying. This is... Okay. Missed the hole.
That energy powers the weapon. Cade, what do we do?
Okay, hold on. Eris is going on about breaking the necrotic... Ah, just shoot it.
Ah, there's a shield up. Let me take it down for you.
So what is this? I've got an inside here. Excuse me. And I can't get out. No, it was another hole in the wall. There. Ah! I didn't realize that there was this bridge in there. Well, this is fortunate. Nearly missed it.
Okay, it's down. But I'm picking up other channels to the weapon.
Find them. You won't stop firing until you shut them all down.
I thought I could just jump all over, and it's just completely wrong. Four jumps you have.
There's a stream of interdimensional energy concentrated within that field, growing stronger. And something just stepped out of it.
Yeah.
Stay on target.
I probably need 4 jumps to get there. Three jumps. Okay. You walk backwards. I bounced off you. That's no problem. I think I probably can be firing at him. I probably can be firing at them from here. Okay. I guess I can then fire at him from here, can I? No. Yeah, I wasn't running. That was the trouble, yeah. I got it. Okay. I was on the ledge. Okay. Hang on. Go back and then run. Nah. Is that the only way up there? Is there any other way? Okay. I don't have enough space, you know, to run towards that place in there. Yeah, but you have to... Now, hang on a minute. Yeah. I did, yeah. I just had to be running a bit, you know, a bit more space. Had to be available in there. I think he walked in it. I mean, I thought well, maybe I did then, because I was firing it then. Because you should, well, I don't know, you shouldn't have died. If I hit you, then probably you could have died.
The weapon's cycling down. Let's find another channel.
These trolls are a real menace. That scan didn't register. put that other weapon on. Hang on. Where are you? No, I know that, but I want to come to revive you. Okay, don't worry about it. The wizard killed me, but I put like 1 round of fusion rifle in him. See, he's vulnerable to that. His shield is very, very strong. His shield is not breaking. Eventually did break, I think. Did you get him? You did, yeah.
Weapons down! Kate, what's our next move?
Okay.
We need that transmat zone up and running. There's a massive hull breach near your position. That'll be your best bet.
Cabal ship. Skyburner's colors.
No, I didn't go further down.
Phobos.
That's annoying.
Cabal? We'll deal with them later. Secure that transmat zone.
Many enemies out here. Surprisingly strong as well. Anything else?
Activating transmat link. Our ship is inbound.
Hey Zavala, wanna know what a transmat zone on the Dreadnought looks like?
You landed a Guardian on the Dreadnought without authorization?
Oh right, can I have authorization?
We'll discuss it later. Guardian, take care of that tank, or the transmat zone won't matter.
Oh, there's one. Looks like a boss in at the end, right?
I'll bring down some ammo crates from the ship. You're going to need
I'll
them.
need my rocket launcher now for that. My heaviest one. What is going on? Yeah, we both got killed. It was that, I don't know what it was. Something killed me from behind. Because I was just putting on my rocket launcher and my synthesis as well. Don't you?
I'll bring down some ammo crates from the ship. You're going to need them.
Loads of enemies. Is that tank in there? Okay. Don't worry about me, I'll respawn. I'll come in. It's like 3 big Centurions there to your right. Shielded ones. Oil gauge in there as well. Wow. Yeah. Two ogres, not one. I wanted to tether them, but they were a bit faster than me. I was unsuccessful. I think I killed both ogres, but I got killed. The second one, yeah. I threw grenades at them as well. Oh no. Subclass, yeah. That happens. When you keep using the same, it happened to me a few times. You keep using the same one, you forget. It's like you want to use the golden gun instead, and the other way around. Yeah. You click it and then suddenly the other thing happens. Yeah, I've had that many times. When you're doing the same one, because obviously I prefer tether.
I'll bring down some ammo crates from the ship. You're going to need them.
For the tank. For the walker. Okay. I need to actually put it back on because mine is
Guardian down.
Well, I'll try. One of them. Okay. I'll come and revive you. I want to see where you are, though. No. Well, I was firing towards him, but I don't think that I killed him. He might have suffered some damage from you, you know? Early on, it's possible. Oh, he's gone. Okay. I was just about to put a rocket.
Guardian,
Nah.
Cade just briefed us on your unorthodox mission. Your victory, no matter the method, is a Vanguard victory. You have our thanks.
Okay.
Everyone loves a bad idea when it works. Now, excuse me, Guardian, I have to go have an uncomfortable conversation with Eris about her ship. Get home safe.
Wait a minute. Yeah. I was. I got a mystery bag in there. What did you get? Mystery bag as well. We got mystery bags, both of us. By the looks of it. Oh, it doesn't say that we were rewarded. Well, that's not good, is it? But we were rewarded. Yeah, same. Why is it that... Yeah, but at the end of the day, it should have been really showing up on our rewards, should it not? On the banners, because we obviously picked it up, we got it there. Yeah. What did I get? Settled score ornament and Jackolite and 2 emotes. So what's this one? Oh, that's for Touch of Malice. Settled score is the ornament for Touch of Malice. I did, yeah. Settled score. It's called Settled score. Touch of Malice ornament. You haven't got it yet, this one. Well, it was just given to me. It'd be better if it was given to you. Yeah. It's really weird, you know. Yeah? For the last Catsphere fragment. Where? On the Dreadnought? Yeah, I don't know where it is exactly. So let me think. I've got Hudum, Call Between Stars, and Settled Score. So I've got all of these. We have still a bit more time, 15 minutes, if you want to do a strike, if you want to do anything else before we end, whatever the preference is. Is there anything else you want to do? Alright. Okay, we'll try that, no problem. So, which one do we want to do? Doubles, okay. Let's see whether it will work. We'll see how long we need to wait. That's the only thing. Because sometimes, like, infinite waiting periods, so annoying. So for the benefit of our viewers, we've done some story missions and we are going to be basically polishing out the broadcast with some doubles in the Crucible. We'll just wait until we are connected to 2 other guys. It's going to be 2 against 2, right? Yeah, you bet. Well, we'll see. We can try this one. We can maybe also do another one need be afterwards. If you're after any loot or bounties or anything else, no problem really. The only trouble is that with my upload speed, what is your upload speed, do you know? Must be much faster than mine, because you're not suffering any problems with your hit registration. Although you're using Wi-Fi, I think your speed is very, very high compared to mine. Mine is just 1, and with 1 you can't do PvP. You need to have 4 for PvP, you know? That's the minimum. Internet went. Yeah, I thought so. But we have been selected, so that's alright. We are proceeding. They managed to find 2 other people in there, so that's good. Well, you should be. So what do I do now? Just have to wait until you come back in, or what do I do? Well, I can leave. European Dead Zone Earth. Okay.
Doubles salvage. Bravo team.
You are in the match, or you're not?
Secure the relics, but expect heavy resistance.
Okay.
There's a new relic. Go and get it.
I'm not. No, I'm not playing anymore. I mean, we want to do it together. So I'm not interested really. No, I need to invite you, because if you it's just the you can. Okay, try. It may not work. Alright. So we'll go back to the doubles. Do you have a bounty, or there's anything you want to collect in there? I think my channel is the only channel that's actually broadcasting Destiny 1 every single day at the moment. Because I had quite a large influx of people coming in. Put them on. Well, in fact, I have Crucible Reputation Booster, so I'll use that one. Put that one on as well. No? No, no. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I do. I have 45 of them. Put the mask on as well, I think. Yeah. You asked me about splicer keys. I've got 10. 5 treasure. 10 splicer keys. That's quite good. Which one? Yeah, because they can be used arc and forged down there, right? Yeah, that's right.
Doubles skirmish. Alpha team. Stick together, team.
I need to put my sword on. And shotgun as well, I think. Where are you? Okay. We'll do it together then. We'll walk closer together, you know. That's a unit. Yeah, but I don't know where you've gone now. Yeah, but I don't see where you are. Okay. Where is the enemy? Do you see them?
Guardian down.
I don't see them at all. I don't know where they are.
You're in the lead.
Okay. Wait a minute. I want to come closer so that we're not alone in there. This, you see? To see him. No. Yeah. Yep. No, he's firing at me. He's down there. He gave away his position, but I didn't see him. In fact, it looks like my sniper might be useful in there rather than my shotgun.
Yeah, you're starting to lag. It sounds correct since the quad died.
But the other guy left. Oh no! Special ammunition. Do I have any? Yeah? No, I don't have anything on the snipe. Yeah, it's just a problem with the lag. Can I revive you? Yeah, but I can't revive you because for me you're still standing.
Guardian down.
Now you're dead. Now you, at this moment you disappeared. No, now you're alive. Okay, so that's okay. You respawn. He hit me with a rocket launcher.
Behind.
Must be your internet connection. It said that you left the team. Can I bring you in? Or what do I need to do? Can you join or not? Because I can send you an invite. There, I sent you another invite. Just accept any invite that's come in.
Heavy ammo on the way.
Well, it's probably something on your connection in there, you know, something.
Heavy ammo available.
Yes, the Kabubu just saying that he has some problems with the internet. Not to worry, I've sent you another invite, so just join in if you can. But these guys are a lot more powerful than me, and there's very little I can do in there, by the looks of it.
Regroup and focus your efforts, or suffer the consequences.
Yeah, right. Okay, can you join back in? Yeah. Well, it's the internet, sometimes it causes problems. What can you do? No, these guys are so much more powerful than me, and they can see me. I don't know what you can see. They actually see me a second before I see them. Do you not see? They see me before I can see them because of my upload speed. At the end. Yeah, they've gone. Didn't really do anything with this tether. You can see, he sees me before I see him. I don't know whether you noticed this, but they see me before I see them. And this is why I'm always suffering in, you know, in PvP, because of the upload speed. Yeah, it's to get reward. That's the idea. You see that? He actually killed me even before I was in his line of sight, which means he saw me a second before I could see him. I was dead before I was in his line. I was literally not in his line of sight. I was dead already. See that? Again, he killed me before I was in his line of sight.
I've seen enough. I'm calling this one. They outmatched you this time, Guardians, but victory...
And also you can see my hits don't register. He took two pills, no damage at all. Let's see what I got anything at the end. We can do another one if you want, because obviously you wanted to do this. And I'll bring you in. We'll do another one, just for obviously for you to get something out of it. Yeah. I'll leave matchmaking. I'll leave matchmaking there. But it looks like I got an engram, and that's all. Let me see the engram. Okay. Okay. No worries. Well, thanks very much for joining us today. Really appreciate it. You know, we had some fun and you did completed some of our quests and tasks. And I wish you a good day. You know, let's catch up soon. So take care. See you later. As you could see, Sakapupu had some internet problems and therefore he could not complete the match, which we obviously had started together. And we are coming to the end of our broadcast for today. We've been doing already the stream for about 6 hours. So indeed, the next step is going to be just going to the tower and finding out what that engram was. And that will be the end for today. So bear with us and we'll just carry on. And Jerry says, near tea time? Indeed, sir, it is coming to my tea time. I got to really have my dinner in about 10 minutes. And as you know, my stream always ends at around 4 o'clock. So we are, I guess, running over time by 5 minutes or so. But we want to do the admin at the end and then we'll call it a day. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We had lots of interesting activity. I'm certainly very happy because my lengthy sword grind indeed was completed today, unexpectedly so. And then with Sekapupu we've done quite a few different things together and I hope you guys enjoyed it. We had lots of community activity. Many people came in today. We have some new followers as well. I'm very, very happy to see that there are people always looking for... Look at this, isn't that's extraordinary. Definitely want that screenshot as well. I love this mask. We are always looking forward to have our new community members on board. And also I want to tell you that, well, I'll post it again at the end of my stream. I published the article called Destiny Bungie Masterpiece. It is a very lengthy article. It's almost like a book. It contains everything Destiny related. You'll have lots of illustrations and video documentaries and links and everything, trivia, you know, you name it. So definitely have a look at the article and you can use this as a guide if you are a newbie or rookie or if you're starting out really with Destiny. And if you are a mid-range player or an experienced veteran, it's going to be a very good reminder or refresher of all that you've completed already. Just like to draw your attention to a couple of things in the article which are very good. One of them is the story missions playlist. And I should have said it differently. The story missions list is there, and the list is allowing everybody to be doing these story missions in a linear fashion, basically from beginning to end, and then therefore you can be more accustomed to what's actually happening here story-wise, because lots of people had some difficulties as they accessed different missions and quests And as you know, this was quite a new approach, quite revolutionary, coming from Bungie. They had a linear narrative structure, I think, all the way up to about 6 months before the game release, and then decided to change it completely. And you know, what they've done is obviously interesting, and it was setting up some new standards for the industry for the adventure and RPG games, and you know, generally the games with a lot of story content. So anybody who wants to become more familiar with the actual story and watch the story missions in a proper sequence, then access that list. The list is obviously you know, in my article, and just go and play them, replay them one by one, follow the list from one to the very end, and you will be able to see basically you'll be able to complete all the story missions according to the list, and basically you are going to be able to engage with them in a way which is very linear. So you know, you'll be able to see what was there at the beginning, and then you can carry on later on with the rest. Let me just take a small video clip of this.
Let's see. Let's get to work.
So this was a brief video clip of my activity here with somebody else who just joined us, and it was quite fun. Right, sorry, I was interrupted. I was literally talking gobbledygook. What I want to say was, the story missions list is there. If you want to experience the story according to the way Bungie wanted it to be originally, then access them from one to the last one, right? From number one to the very end, and you'll get a proper narrative on Destiny. Perhaps you'll discover some things that are already forgotten. Maybe you will see some things that were not particularly clear to you as you were in the game, but definitely worth checking. The other is my video library, and then you know, that video library includes documentaries, video documentaries from the developer, i.e. Bungie, and then all the other promotional material as well as trailers and various other bits that were offered over the years. So you get a really good sequence and a very good picture on how this game was actually developed over many years. So the article is out there. It's called Destiny, Bungie Masterpiece. I'll post a link in a moment, and definitely make sure you go there and provide us with some feedback. Tell us what you think, you know, whether you think there are some omissions. If so, let me know what they are. Send us a message here or on Twitter, and indeed if you like it, then you can recommend the article to others. I think it's going to be particularly suitable for those people who are progressing in the game and doing it perhaps for the first time, or grinding some of the levels, or trying to get the best weapons, because it's a reminder on all those complexities that this game has and all that people can do, and I think therefore it is going to be greatly appreciated. You have other guides online, but I think the one I've done is fairly complete, and it has been compiled from many different resources. You have a very lengthy reference list of several hundred articles at the end, and you know, you can read, well, if you're interested in trivia, the facts and figures. If you want to find out how the game was released originally, there is an in-depth analysis. There are some obviously reviews as well, and there are video reviews. You can have IGN reviews, and I think it is Game Informer reviews as well. And then we have all the other sections on synopsis, on game development, on the initial intentions, loads of illustrations, making it a very, very good, interesting and exciting read for all. So we are coming to the end of our broadcast. Look at this mask, isn't that astonishing? Let me see whether I can, yeah, I can do it like this. Look at that, it's very good, like that.
Brazilian from the morning of the god.
And we are going to be looking at inventory.
Not many of those left, even in our vaults.
I acquired Ian Takenomi's cloak. Well, that's of no benefit to me, I'm afraid. I've got other cloaks which are a lot more powerful, and I think Sekapupu mentioned there was something else to come, but I actually didn't get this. Not sure why, and I think this is about it. I'm happy with everything that has been acquired. So thank you so much for coming here today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for watching my channel. Hope you guys enjoyed what you've seen. And indeed, once again, I'd like to draw attention to my article, Destiny, Bungie's Masterpiece. It is on my Gaming Dialogue blog. you are going to be able to see it. In fact, I'm going to be posting a link here straight away for you to take away with you right at the end of the stream. I talked a bit about it earlier in my broadcast, but in fact I talked about the article for some weeks, and it did take me quite a bit of time to get it all sorted. The reason is very simple. It is a massive big article. It's almost like a book or a guide with loads of illustrations, lots of links, and had to do a lot of proofreading, and have to triple check everything, make sure that all the links are obviously fully operational. So anyone who's interested in doing an in-depth exploration on Destiny and of everything that this game provides, then simply click on every single link. You'll get Titan, Warlock, Banshee, Tesseveris, labeled, and in every single name or item which is highlighted, once you click on it, it will provide you with Destiny Wikipedia, and you can learn a lot more about that character as you go along. So there it is. The link is here for anyone who's interested. You can have a look, and we'll say it's Destiny Bungie Masterpiece on my Gaming Dialogue blog.
So few of these fragments survive.
There we are. Right, so we come to the end. Thank you for coming. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed our community activities. We had lots of people coming in. We had interesting discussions early on today on everything video gaming related. We had some action. Sekapoop was here, and we did some missions together. And indeed, on that note, I will wish you all a very good afternoon. Hope to see you all tomorrow for another lot of our Destiny adventures. As you know, we start always at around 10 o'clock BST, British Standard Time that is, and we end around 4 o'clock. These are our currently scheduled streams on Destiny 1. So hope to see you there. I wish you all a very good afternoon.
Malfunctioning. Fragments of an Akkadian text. Finding a way. Let's see. Let's get to work. One for the walls.
The city thanks you for your service, Guardian.